In this video, I'm going to show you a step-by-step tutorial on how to create a professional portfolio website for your business. I'm going to guide you step by step and it's gonna be easy and fun. This tutorial is perfect even if you are a beginner and you never created a website before. In fact, we will use a simple drag and drop editor to create all the website pages and structure. And you will not need to touch a single line of code. Here's the example website that we're going to create together. You will be able to easily change the colors, fonts, and the overall look and feel of the website by following my simple instructions. And the website is going to look perfect also on tablet and mobile devices. This is going to be the homepage. You'll learn how to create it from scratch and how to upload your own content and create your own design in a very easy yet professional way. We're going to create and optimize the header of your website. You will be able to put your logo inside, your menu, some custom call to actions, and then we will create together the footer that will appear on every page of your website. And it will include some custom links, statements, and even a catchy call to action. And everything will look professional and optimized for all devices. We'll create together the portfolio page, allowing you to showcase all your latest projects. We'll then create the single project page, where you will be able to describe your work with some custom details, upload images, and even create an advanced gallery showcasing your best project's images. In this project page, we'll also have some cool call to actions and related projects to keep your visitors engaged with your content. Then we will create a professional contact page with a contact form that will collect all the requests from your potential clients. We will set up everything in a professional and secure way to let you easily track and store all your contact form requests. And even the confirmation page will be customized to make it fun and engaging. To do all this, we're going to use some of the best web tools available right now in the world. WordPress, the free open source CMS that powers more than 40% of the entire web. Hostinger, among the best hosting providers for WordPress, the service that I use and recommend to store your website files and connect your domain and mailboxes. Elementor Pro, the premium page builder for WordPress that allow you to create professional websites without code. If all this sounds overwhelming, don't worry. I'll be here at your side for the whole journey, and I'll guide you step by step. And if you have any question during the building process, you can always drop me a line in the comment section below. Remember also to use the timestamps that I provided to you if you want to jump to the parts of the video that you're most interested in. If this tutorial will help you and you will enjoy it, you can thank me by using multiple actions. The first one and the easiest one is give me a thumbs up. Thank you. The second one is dropping me a comment in the comment section below, and you can write me, for example, where are you watching this video from in the world. I am in Paris and I create all my tutorials from here. Then you can subscribe to my channel. And finally, very important, you can use my affiliate links that I provide you below here to buy the premium tools that we're going to use to create your portfolio website. So now we are ready to get started. Hi there, my name is Pascal and I'm the creator of WPROADS, the YouTube channel and the website where I share with you my passion and knowledge to help you create successful websites. So if you like this kind of content, make sure to subscribe and activate the notification bell. To start creating your portfolio website, you will need to have a good WordPress hosting provider. The one that I personally use and recommend is Hostinger, which offers a perfect balance between pricing and resources. To reach this page and buy your Hostinger plan, you can click on my affiliate link down below or simply write wproads.com/hostinger in your browser. When you use my affiliate link to buy, I might receive a small commission. The price for you is the same, but you will be supporting my channel. So thanks in advance. Oh, and I will also share with you a special coupon to have a 10% discount during the checkout. Let's click now on Claim Deal. You'll see here that Hostinger is recommended by WordPress.org, and scrolling down you will see 3 different plans: the Premium, the Business, and the Cloud Startup. Let me help you choose the right Hostinger plan for you. In general, I would suggest you to use the business plan because it's the one that has the best balance between resources and cost. Let's make now a quick comparison between the premium and the business or higher plans. As you can see, the pricing difference between the premium and the business plan is minimal, and even the renewal cost is nearly the same. But we will come back to repricing in the next steps. In both plans, you will be able to host a multiple number of websites, and the resources will be suited for a good amount of monthly visits. The first main difference between the premium and the other plans is the amount of storage and the standard SSD technology compared to more space and the NVMe technology offered in the business or higher plans. The NVMe will make your websites load faster and grant a higher level of security. Another difference is the inodes limit, basically the number of files and folders that you can host on your plan. And here, keep in mind that each WordPress installation comes with about 7,000 inodes. And this number will rise up when you install new plugins, upload images and files on your website, etc. With each Hostinger plan, you get a defined number of mailboxes of 1 GB each and a domain name, both for free for the first year. In the business or higher plans, you will have automatic daily and on-demand backups, and this is very important since it will let you restore your website if something goes wrong. You will also have an AI SEO file generated automatically for you to enhance the possibility to be featured in AI search results. And finally, in the business or higher plans, you also get the staging feature, which will let you test important changes or updates to your website before pushing them live to the actual website. So now let's go and see how you can save the most during the purchase. And I'll also provide you a special coupon in the next steps. In my case here, I will go and choose the business plan and click on choose plan. Here you can see that you can change the billing period. The best discount is when you choose to pay for 48 months upfront. You'll spend a very little amount and you will have a great hosting service for 4 years. If you choose other billing periods, the discount will be lower and you'll be able to save less. Now, if you want to have an extra 10% discount, you can go and click on Have a Coupon Code and enter my special coupon, which is called WPROADS. WPROADS, and then click Apply. You will see that an extra 10% discount will be applied to your checkout. Awesome, right? You can then click on Continue, and here you will be able to register using Google or GitHub or just by entering here your email and password. And these are the credentials that you will use to access your Hostinger panel. So you insert your email, you choose your password, and you click on Register. Here you have to fill your billing address information. So you just fill the first name, last name, country, phone number, address, city, region, and zip code. The phone number and the region are not mandatory. And if you are buying as a business, you can add your company details. This is very useful if you're buying from Europe, for example, where you can insert here your company name and your VAT number. When you're ready, you can click on Continue. Here, in the next step, you can choose your payment method. There is card, PayPal, Google Pay, Apple Pay, Alipay, CoinGate, or depending on the country in which you're buying from, you will see different payment methods. Choose the one that you prefer and then proceed with the payment. When you're ready, you click on Submit Payment, and that's it. You just bought your new Hostinger plan. Congratulations! After completing the purchase, you will see this screen or a similar one, and you will receive also a couple of emails from Hostinger. Remember to verify your email address. Remember also that each time you want to log into your Hostinger panel, you just need to go to hostinger.com and click on Login. Now let's go back to the screen that you see when you complete the purchase. You'll see that you can immediately proceed and create a new website from here, but before doing so, let me guide you in a quick tour of the Hostinger panel. Click on the Hostinger logo on the top of the page and click on Leave. This is your Hostinger dashboard, where you can manage your websites, domains, and email accounts, and all your other hosting services. If you want to change the language of your dashboard, you can go to the top right of the screen on your account icon, and then you select the language. From here, you will be able to select your preferred language. For example, I can go Japanese. Wow! Now I just need to remember how I can switch back to English. I think it's here, and yes, this one. Let's go back to English. If you want to check your billing, you can go here and you will see all your active subscriptions. And for each subscription, you will see the renewal price. You can enable or disable auto renewals. And basically, you can manage everything you need about the billing of your Hostinger services. Let's go back now to the home page. And when you're ready to install your first WordPress website, you can click on the call to action beside your new Hostinger plan. Ready, steady, go! Let's click here. And let's create our first website. We can click on create a website here, but if you want, you can also migrate an existing website. In our case, we will start from scratch. So let's go and create a website and click on next. And here we will choose WordPress. We click again on next. And here we create the credentials that we're going to use to access our WordPress website. So now I'm ready, I click on next. And here I will just choose to create a blank site, as you can see here in this little call to action. Now, if you bought a new plan on Hostinger, you will certainly have a free domain for the first year, and you can claim it directly from this bar. If you already have a domain and you want to connect it here, you can do it by typing here the name of the domain. If you want to start using a temporary domain, which is also a good practice, you can choose Use Temporary Domain. And when you have finished building your website, you will be able to connect your real domain. In my case, I will show you how you can claim the free domain. You just type the name of the domain and you will see if it is available for you. And if you see this, it means that the domain is already taken. A supersite.com, it is free. So this means that it is available to claim for free for the first year. And I will go here and select it. When I'm ready, I can click on next. Since I'm registering a new domain, I will need to provide some information about my business. I need to choose the country from which I'm buying. I need to choose if I'm using this for personal use or if I'm buying the domain for my company or organization. I click then on next step. I will enter here all my business or contact information. I will click on register. My personal details will be verified. And then I will be able to choose the data center for my website. This is very important, and this choice will depend on the countries where you expect your traffic to come from. For example, if you expect all your visitors to come from Europe, you can choose the France server, or the United Kingdom one, or the Germany one. If you want to make a green choice, you can also choose the green data centers that are based on renewable energy. When you're ready, you can click on Install WordPress. Let's do it! And voila, WordPress is getting installed. It's gonna take a few minutes, and then you will have your WordPress website installed and ready to be customized. Here we are now. This is the first screen that you will see when you log into your WordPress website for the first time after installing it with Hostinger. Now the first thing we're going to do is to go to plugins, install plugins, and we're just going to clean up a little bit here because we do not need all these Hostinger plugins. We're just going to select them like this. Then we're going to click on bulk actions here. And then we're going to deactivate them like this. Okay, let's click on apply. Once they are deactivated, we can just go and delete them one by one. We click on the first one, we click on the second one, and then on the third one. Voila, perfect. Now let's go on appearance, themes, and let's get rid of the 2023 and 2024, of the themes that are just the years behind the year that we are right now. So in my case, I will leave enable just the 2025. If we are in 2026, we can leave the 2026 and so on. Just leave one theme active. And then let's go on pages. We'll just get rid of the privacy policy, which is generated automatically for us by WordPress, and we will trash it. We go to trash and we empty the trash. We go and do the same now with posts because we do not need them. And we do not need this post here, which is the hello world. We just click on trash. We go to the trash and we empty the trash. Okay. And now we can go to users, all users, and we will see our account. So this one basically is our administrator account that we use when we want to access our website and manage it. By the way, if you go and visit your website from the front end, you hover with the mouse in the title of your website here and you click on visit site, you will see it from the front end. And this is how it's gonna look. But don't worry, we're going to be able to transform it completely in a few minutes. If you want to go back now to your dashboard, you just hover with the mouse here, you go and click on dashboard, and we can go back to users, all users, and we can change all our users' details. So this is our profile. We can change whatever you want from here. I will suggest you to use your first name and last name here because you can then use this data dynamically throughout the website if you need. You can change here the display name publicly as your first and last name, for example. You can change your email here. You can change your website. In this case, it is going to be this one, asupersite.com. You can also provide some biographical info here. If you want to do so, keep it simple and keep it short. You can change your profile picture if you want to using Gravatar. And if you want, you can also set a new password for your account. Now I'll go and update my profile, okay? And I make a quick tour of the settings. I can go on settings, general, and I can change here the name of my website. I will suggest you to use, of course, the name of your brand here or the name of your services. In my case, I will write Jane Doe, and as a tagline, I will write down interior designer in Paris. We will choose the site icon later on. We can change here the administration email address. This is very important because it's the email address where we're going to receive all the information regarding our website. So it is very important. We can change here the site language if we want. We can change the time zone. I will suggest you to use the correct one based on the location where you are working from. In my case, in Paris. Okay. And here you can change the date and the time format. We can then go and save changes. And we can go now on permalinks and verify to have selected here a post name. And if it is the case, we can go and save changes. When we go now and click on the dashboard, we will see a few widgets like the welcome to WordPress, site health status, quick draft, and so on. And I would suggest you to go and click on the screen options to the top right of the screen and just deactivate them like this, so that you will have all clean and uncluttered, like this, a beautiful empty dashboard. Now, if you go and visit your website from the front end by clicking here, you will see it like this. Don't worry about the domain. If you choose a temporary domain, you will see something similar. If you choose to claim your domain, you will see this temporary domain for a few minutes, and then immediately and automatically you will see your right domain name appearing here. So don't worry. If you want to log in and log out from your website, there are two ways to do so. The easiest one is directly from here, from WordPress. You can over here and you can log out, and you will see this screen. When you click here, go to your name of the website. You will see it like this. So this is the website as all the visitors will see it. And if you want to log in, you just need to go to the URL, type /wp-admin, and then you press enter, and you will see the login screen where you can insert your login details. You can fill the form here and you can click on login. Voila. Another way to log in and out from your website is doing so directly from your Hostinger dashboard. So let's go to Hostinger, click on login, you access your account. You go on websites, website list, and you will find here your freshly created website. In my case, I can click directly here on WP admin, and it will log into my website automatically. So this is also very easy and practical. As you can see here, now in my case, my URL has been updated to my asupersite.com. And if I go and visit it from the front end, I will see it like this, asupersite.com. In the rest of the video, I'm going to use a temporary domain, so don't worry if you will see this URL different. If you are also using a temporary domain, you will see it like this, and you will be able to change your domain whenever you're ready to connect it with your actual real domain. You just need here to click on change domain, and you just follow these steps to connect it with your actual domain. Let's go back now to the WordPress dashboard, and let's start building. Now to go from this screen here, blank and empty, to the screen that we see here with the complete portfolio website ready to be published, we need to do, of course, some steps. The first one will be now the fact that we'll be installing Elementor. So basically you have to go to the dashboard of your website. You can go on plugins, add new plugin, and here you type simply Elementor. Elementor. Voila. Without needing to press enter or anything else, you will see all the results, and you will scroll down until you find this one, Elementor Website Builder, more than just a page builder. You see that there are 10 million active installations, a lot of positive reviews, and very frequent updates. So this is very important to check each time you install a plugin. Let's go and install now. Then we can click on activate. Okay, and here we do not need to create an account if you do not want, so you can go in, click on the X icon to the upper right side of the screen. Very little one, you see, it's very small and very well hidden, but let's click on his. Okay, we don't need to create an account. Now here you see this new widget, Elementor Overview. We can go in the screen options and we can also get rid of this one so we can keep our dashboard clean. And then we can go and see that here we have these new items. The first one is Elementor and the second one is templates. But now let's go to Appearance, Themes, and we click on Add New Theme. And here we search for Hello Elementor. It is already here, as you can see, but in case you do not find it, you just type Hello Elementor. This is a theme provided for free by the Elementor team, and it is very highly compatible with Elementor and also highly recommended each time you create a new website with Elementor. Okay, let's activate the theme after installation so that the new Hello Elementor theme is now installed. And if you want, you can go and click on the Hello Elementor theme and make sure to enable the automatic updates. If you do not see them, it means that you need to go to Hostinger and make a little bit of a tweak. So let's go and do it together, because WordPress provides you a way to enable automatic updates for your themes and plugins, but Hostinger sometimes override this and use its own logic of updates. I do not like this, so I will show you now how you can go. You just need to log into your account. If you're not a robot or if you're not an AI, you can verify that you're human. And here you search for your website. So in my case, I will go on websites, website list, and I see that this is the website that I'm using with a temporary domain. I go to the dashboard of this website, okay? And I simply go to the WordPress overview. So I click on WordPress and I click on overview here on the left. I wait a few seconds that everything is gonna load. And then when I scroll down in this page under the core section, this one, I see that there is the WordPress updates. So I go and change and make sure to select not the smart auto updates that they provide, but the native auto updates. They work pretty well, so I suggest you to use this. Let's go and customize. Here, everything is okay. You can keep it like this and you can click now on save. Now, when you go back to your website, for example, in the themes page or in the plugins page, you will see that there is going to be a new link here. Reload the page and you see there is the link, enable auto updates. I like to keep auto updates enabled for some plugins and some themes. While I'm creating the website, I really like to keep them always enabled. So let's go and see how you can do the same also for your plugins. So in themes, when we go back here, we see that we have the start, the 2025, 2026, the one that you will have, the most recent one. And then we also deleted all the other themes. So we just have two themes, and this is quite good. We can also go on this one here, even if it is not active right now. We can enable auto updates and keep it like this. Okay. So basically we have the active Elementor Hello theme and the 85, both of them with auto updates enabled. Okay. Now let's go on plugins, and you will see here that we have two plugins, basically, Elementor and Lightspeed Cache. This plugin, you will have it only if you have purchased your hosting plan at the beginning of the video. Otherwise, you are not having this plugin here. And this is very interesting and important if you want to optimize your website and keep it very fast and, as I was mentioning, optimized. And you can see here that also this automatic updates has appeared now because we changed the settings here on Hostinger. So basically now we have this new setting here available for us to enable automatic updates. I will do it for Lightspeed Cache and I will also do it for Elementor free version. And now to be able to create the same structure that you see here, so with the header navigation, with all these different effects, with all these templates, because this is, for example, an archive where you will be seeing all your projects each time you upload a new one. And also inside here, all the structure that you see here with the featured image, all the details of your projects, and down here the gallery and so on. All this is created thanks to Elementor Pro, thanks to the templating system, and also the footer here is the same. So basically we can't use only Elementor free, but we need to buy a license of Elementor Pro. I will leave you my Elementor Pro affiliate link down below in the description box and in the pinned comment. And when you click on it, you will land on this page where you can choose your own Elementor Pro license. Thanks in advance for using my affiliate link because you are supporting my channel. And here what we can see, the fact that we have different licenses, and the essential one, even if it is quite cheap, it lacks here some very important elements. So I would suggest you to start with the advanced solo if you want, or if you plan to create multiple websites for your clients, for example, you can go and choose the advanced one, the expert, or the 1000 websites, the agency license. So make your choice here. I will show you how you can just fill the checkout. It's pretty simple. You click on buy now. In my case, I'm already signed in with my account. But your first step will be, of course, to create an account on Elementor website. You will be able then to confirm your plan, to enter your billing address. You can also enter your VAT number if you're purchasing as a business in Europe, and you will be able to get rid of the VAT. You see here VAT 0. And then you will see that there are two different payment methods, basically card and PayPal. So you choose the one that you prefer, and then you click on Pay Now, and you will be able to access immediately your Elementor Pro license. Then when you enter your Elementor account by clicking on Login into the Elementor website, you will see this page, and you can click here on the download icon and download your Elementor Pro file, in my case, Elementor Pro Expert. Now that I have downloaded my Elementor Pro Expert file, I can go to the plugins installed plugins and I click on add plugin. I click on upload plugin, and then here I will choose to upload the file that I just downloaded. There it is, Elementor Pro. Install now. You can then activate the plugin here. Okay. And we will be able now to connect and activate. Let's click. Okay, normally here you will see your email connected to your Elementor account. If you don't see that immediately, you will need just to log into your Elementor account. And then here you can choose if you want to share with Elementor some non-sensitive data to help them develop better the plugin. Let's click on connect and activate. Okay, and now your license is active. And if you go back to plugins, we scroll down here, you will see that Elementor Pro is now active. Now, the first thing I suggest you to do is to go on Elementor, Settings, and go to Features. Here we can verify to enable all the main features. For example, in our case, we will enable the Optimize Markup because it will improve the performance of your website, and it is already in beta, so pretty stable. Let's go and activate this one. Okay, and we can do the same if you want also with the menu one. We won't use it, but in case you want to use this feature, which is pretty awesome, you can enable this too. Let's activate also this one. We'll scroll down here and we save changes. Okay, and then we are ready to go on with the tutorial. Another thing that you can do is go to Hello here and to Settings. This is pretty important. And you can go to Structure and Layout. And you can disable the theme header and footer and disable and hide page title. Let's do, okay, tack, perfect. The settings are being saved automatically, as you can see here. And now if I go and visit my website, okay, and if I go and hover with the mouse on this icon, which is the Lightspeed cache plugin. So if you do not have Lightspeed cache plugin enabled, you won't see this icon. But if you see it, you can go and purge all the cache. Basically, this will delete all the files that are saved in the cache memory of your website and will show you your website, how it actually looks. And in this case, you see, it's a blank page. Before starting to create the pages and the header and footer and so on, I also tell you now to go to the backend of your website, go to Elementor Settings, where we were before. Here we are. By the way, if you want, you can also type on the keyboard Command-E, and you can type Settings, and you will be able to go directly to the Elementor Settings. This is pretty handy, this toolbar that you have when you type Command-E or Control-E. And in this page here, in the general settings of Elementor, be sure to disable default colors and disable default fonts. Okay, let's do it and let's save changes. Perfect. And then one other very important thing to do is go to the Advanced tab and we scroll down here. If you want to upload SVG files, for example, if you have an SVG logo or any other kind of special file, I will suggest you here to enable this. And for security reasons, when you finish to create your website, you can come back here and disable this SVG upload and JSON upload. So in my case, I will leave it enabled, and I will suggest you do this during the creation of your website. This is very important, so make sure to leave it enabled, this one. And also this one is very, very important. Leave it enabled like this to swap, because in this way, as you can see here, recommended swap, a font display property defines how fonts files are loaded and displayed by the browser. Set the way Google fonts are being loaded by selecting the font display property. Recommended swap. Basically here, the fact is that all the Google fonts are being downloaded from Google Fonts and uploaded on your server so that it will improve speed loading time and also GDPR compliance. So this is very important to leave on swap. Okay. Let's go now to form submissions. Let's enable this and also make sure to, leave all the rest like this. We save changes now. Okay. And now when you go and visit your website front end, if you click here on visit site, you will see a blank page. Now, when you start creating a website using WordPress, and in the specific case here using Elementor, you need to do a lot of different details and tweaks, and you have to work a lot. But in your case, I have prepared for you a free resource that you can use to get started. You can reach it by using the link that you find in the description box down below and also in the pinned comment. This link is called WPROADS.com/eleportfolio. And basically in this link, you will be able to subscribe to my newsletter. for free, of course. And you will get access not only to my newsletter that I send weekly with tutorials and resources about WordPress, but most of all, in this case, to the portfolio website tutorial resources. To get access, you just need to enter your name here, like this. Be careful to use also the uppercase here, so that when I will send you the emails and I use your name, it will be written correctly. And then here you can write down your email. In this case, this is my email. You click on subscribe and access now. Of course, I will send you valuable resources, but you can also unsubscribe if you feel that you need to do so. And here you'll be again accessing the portfolio website tutorial resources. As you can see here, you will have for your commodity the video again, the tutorial, but most of all the important links, the resources to get started that we're going to use right now. The most important one is the Elementor Ultimate Kit. Then you will have a lot of different resources about fonts, colors, images, icons, custom codes, and many other things that I will add also later on, even after recording this tutorial, of course. So keep in mind that this page, you will save it and you can access it while you're creating the tutorial. Now, the first thing that you need to do is to subscribe here and go down here and install the Elementor Ultimate Kit. This is very, very important because as you can see now, you will start, when you download and install this, you will have everything in place to be able to manage all your website layout, design, global styling in a very professional way, but yet without having to work hours and hours on the configuration. So let's go and see how this works. You download the Elementor kit.zip, this one. It will be downloaded into your computer, of course. In this case, I will save it into my download folder. And if you want, you can also download the Elementor style guide page. So let's download both of the files, okay? And then let's install the Elementor Ultimate Kit. To do so, you just need to go to your website, go to the dashboard, okay? Then you go to Elementor, Tools, this one is the item that we need. And here you see that there is this Import Export Kit. This is great. And then here you can go and click on Import a Template Kit. Start import. Keep in mind that this is a good solution if you're starting from scratch and if you do not have custom CSS, custom rules applied to your Elementor website, because this procedure will override everything you have in place in your Elementor website from that point of view, of course. So let's click on Select File. And in this case, I will upload my kit. It is in Downloads here, and it is, what is this one here? Let me check. Yes. Elementor Ultimate Kit, WPROADS, Pascal Claro. By the way, if you're happy with this tutorial so far, please give me a thumbs up. Okay, this is a warning message, don't worry. You just need to, say continue. Okay, now it will check that you have installed Elementor and Elementor Pro. And then you can click on Next to the bottom right of the page. And these are most of the settings that are being uploaded. You see global colors, global fonts, theme style settings, layout settings, and so on. You even got some custom CSS with some custom classes. And even if you do not know how to code or how to write CSS, they will be applied for you. And I will show you how you can use them throughout the tutorial. Let's click on Import now. And we are setting up our kit now. Perfect. And as you can see here, all this stuff has been imported correctly. We can click on Close now. And you cannot actually see what has been happening right now because we have just a blank page you see here. But if you want to see what's happening, you just need to go and upload the custom style guide page. So let's go back to the dashboard. Let's go to the Elementor. In this case, we go to the templates. We go to the Save the Templates. We go to Import Templates and we choose our file. But in this case, you have to open up the file before uploading it. So let's go in the Downloads folder. Okay. And you can open up the Open Me Elementor style guide page. Sorry. You open it and you will find inside that zip file a file which is called Elementor style guide page.json. You can then go here, choose this file. You will see this is the file that we need. We open it and we import this file here. Now that the file is imported, you see that there is this new style guide page here. You can click on View. And that's it. This is our style guide page. What it's all about. Everything I was telling you before, all the tweaking and settings that you do not see in the front end, but that you need to do when you install a new Elementor website. And here they are all done for you. Plus, you have all these fonts set up with a fluid typography. What is fluid typography? It is pretty cool because you can see that all the fonts now, when I stretch the window, when I do some responsive settings, you see here, they are basically scaling up and down in a fluid way, you see? This is very modern and it is the best approach to keep your website responsive and your text readable in all devices. So this is very important and is done for you automatically. You can then change from this page all the colors, shapes of the buttons, fonts, and basically anything you want. And also the form settings you see here. For example, I have a contact form here, and all these settings are done for you globally so that you can easily go and tweak around stuff if you want. You even have some subtitle settings here. You have some basic text settings, some links settings you see here. This is the link settings. This is the big text. This is the small text. And you will be able to apply all these elements throughout the website in a very easy way. For example, this one is a big text. And instead of having to do it by hand each time that you create a new page and a new element, you will be able to use global elements, as I will show you during the video. It is a pretty professional yet intuitive way to do so, because I'm going to guide you step by step. And then you have, for example, the subtitle styling that you can, of course, change and customize on your own. I will show you how to do so. You have the big text, for example. This is a big text you see here. And all this is going to be applied for you globally. And you even have some button and navigation links styling. You see here, for example, this one is the style that I have applied to my menu here, and is the same style that I have applied to my buttons. And as you can see here, I have changed the border radius and I have applied a custom style. And you can do so in a very easy way now, because I'm going to show you how to do it. 3, 2, 1, let's go. In order to be able to change the fonts, the colors, the shapes of the buttons, and everything that is globally set up for you in Elementor, we need to open up now Elementor here in this page. Since it's the first time that we're going to open the Elementor editor now, there are going to be some pop-ups and it's going to be all new for you. So if this is the first time that you use Elementor, you can write in the comments, first time Elementor user. Okay, you see here, this is the Elementor AI notification. It says that if you wanted, you have some free credits that you can use to interact using AI with your builder. I will suggest you to enable it because it's pretty good. So let's do it, and it's free, so it doesn't cost you nothing. And we just need to go and approve the terms of service and the privacy policy of the Elementor AI service. This includes consenting to the collection and use of data to improve user experience. Let's get started. Okay. And now basically this is the interface that we're going to use to build all the website. As you can see, it's pretty intuitive. You will have this top bar here that will have all the main tools to let you manage all your pages and posts and so on. And then we will have all the widgets here on the left. I'm going a little bit fast now because you will learn how to use this step by step by just following the tutorial. So basically here are all the bricks that you can take and drag and drop to your page just to add some content. You see, for example, if you need an image, you can drag and drop an image and you can then upload the image from your computer. And then if you need, I don't know, maybe a video, you can drag and drop a video and you can just sorry, here, I'll put it here, for example, and you can just select the URL of the video and it's going to show up like this. It is pretty intuitive, but you need to follow step by step what I'm going to tell you to keep your design consistent and to keep your website beautiful as the one that we're going to reach at the end of the tutorial, which is this one. Of course, I will give you also all the freedom and knowledge to be able to change the colors, the layout, the shapes, the images, of course, but also the fonts, whatever you want. Let's see how to do so. For example, now, if you want to change, let's say, the fonts, you want to change and upload your own font, you can choose between hundreds and hundreds of Google fonts, which is the best solution for you if you are a beginner. And let's go and see how to do so. You see that there is this icon here to the top left of the page, which is called Site Settings. So let's click on this icon here, and you will see it now, an interface that will let you change global colors, global fonts, buttons, images, and form fields, which is exactly what we're going to do right now together. Let's go to the global fonts. The settings that I have prepared for you when we uploaded the Elementor Ultimate Kit, okay, are all here. You see here, these are all the custom fonts that I have created for you, and I have applied the fluid typography. Look here, 3XL title, 2XL title, XL title, and so on. Okay, now if you want to see them in real time in the page, we just need to go here and disable the show global settings. So you see here, this page, we're going to get rid of this. Okay, now finally we have our global style guide page, perfect. And let's see how to change font. To do so, you just need to scroll down until you find the text base. This is the font that I have used to control and rule all the other fonts. And in fact, it is called the text base. What do you need to do right here? You just need to open up here the pencil. You click on the pencil icon, and you will see that you can change the font family. Okay, let's go and do it. If you open up here, you just need to wait a few seconds, okay? You will have all your Google fonts at your disposal, which is awesome. By the way, this is going to be also GDPR compliant and also performance savvy, because in fact here when you choose one of these fonts, it is not being loaded by Google, but is going to be downloaded on your website and served directly from your website. So it's going to be very, very well optimized. Let's say that you want this one, for example, and when you apply a new font, you should see it immediately appearing also on the page. But if it doesn't work, don't worry, you just need to go save changes and reload the page. Let's do it together. So the font that we choose, it's Atlazi right now. And when we go and reload the page after saving, of course, we should be seeing the new font applied. Even if normally you should see it immediately appearing on the page, but sometimes it can happen. You see? Now the new font is being applied, perfect. Don't worry if something breaks like you see here, because it's not going to be the case when we save and exit now. If we go back to the global fonts, let's go and make a test with another one. I scroll down here until I find text base, and I will change my font. Instead of using Alazzi, I will change it to, let's say, Albert Sanz, this one. As you can see, the font is now being applied immediately. By the way, this is quite good as a font. Interesting font. And let's go and choose, for example, Outfit. Outfit is the font that I've used also for my basic website here. And I must say that I like it. So I will keep it Outfit like this. Okay, save changes. Now let's click on the X icon here just to go and have a preview of the page correctly. And as I was mentioning to you, even if you see the page that has some errors right now, when you exit, all the fonts and styles will be back in place correctly. You see here, I really like it. Looks good for me. Okay, and now the Outfit font is being correctly applied throughout the whole website. So when you find the font that you're good with, you can save changes as I did, and you can go on by now modifying, for example, the colors. So the colors is a big part of the website, of course. If you change them, you will be able to give a completely different look and feel to all the pages and elements of your website. Keep in mind that also the way that we are structuring the website now, it is perfect, because if you need to change colors even later, even if you want just to start with the color provided here and you want to change them later, you can do it in a few clicks. And I'll show you how you can do so. You go back to the site settings. You go to global colors, and if you want to start searching new colors, you can go here and change the primary and secondary color, which are the main colors used throughout the whole website. And if you are wanting to know how to find new color palettes, for example, you can use some resources that I've provided you. In the free resources here, I have give you some resources for colors. There is this one, which is called coolers.co. And if you open up here, you will be able to generate some colors palettes. Okay, let's close here, close. Here you have to click on make a palette. So this is the first palette, but if you press the space bar, you will see many different palettes that are going to be suggested to you. And they are using beautiful colors that you can simply go and copy and paste right inside your Elementor builder. Let's say that you like this red here. We can copy it. We can go back to our website. And we can say that we want to switch this color here to that one. You see that it has changed. And same for the yellow. Let's say that we want to make it blue instead. We can go here, copy the blue color. We can go here and paste the blue color. And it's going to be updated throughout the website. Of course, here we are using a specific style also for buttons. We're going to see them later. And for gradients, you see here, if you want to use gradients, you have also to change the gradients color. Let's say that, for example, when you scroll down, you will see that they are here. The primary one is this one. So let's say that we want to apply a different gradient color to the primary one. We can paste the blue that we had, and we can make it more, yeah, like this, you see, more dark. The red one actually works fine for me right now. And then here, as you can see, there is a light color that we're using to evidentiate some sections. Like, for example, the section here, instead of using a simple white color, sometimes when you want to alternate sections, it is good to have a a light color. And let's say that here we want to change it, this one. You can find it under the background light color here. And you will be able to go, for example, and have a light gray color. And as you can see here, this is a new schema, for example, a color palette. If you want to change the buttons now, if you want to, for example, to switch the text to light, even in the primary state, not only in the hover state, you can do it, and you can even change the border radius of the button. Let's go and see how to do so. In my case, I won't save changes because I prefer to keep the colors as they are. So I will go back here and I will discard. Okay. And I will just show you how you can change the button styling. Let's go to the buttons. You see, it's pretty straightforward. You can change the text color, and please use always the global colors in this case. So for example, you can change it to white if you want to. You can go here, you can go to global white, and you can go here to the primary color, and let's say that you want this one to be applied to all your buttons, and this is going to be applied automatically. If you want to change the hover status, you go to hover, you change the secondary color, for example, to primary, and you see now you have a completely different effect. And you can change the text color to text. Look, now you inverted the behavior of this button. Pretty simple, right? Now let's go to the settings of the border radius. If you prefer, you can change the border radius, but keep in mind that you need to switch back to normal here, and you can go here and select, for example, pixels, and you will be able to use your own values instead of using the values that I have provided to you with my custom Elementor kit. So for example, let's say that you want straight squared, look here, squared buttons. This is very, very squared. If you want, you can apply a subtle border radius like the one that we had before, or if you prefer, you can even go further and have a pill shape. Look, so basically you can choose the shape of your buttons based on your needs, and once you are happy, keep in mind that all this will be applied also to your forms and to any other button on your website. This is great. And also keep in mind that if you want to add a specific, a little bit weird element here to your buttons, you can go, for example, and play around with all the different values for each corner of your buttons. For example, if you unlink values together and you decide to the bottom right to have 0 value, look what happens, like this. Or actually, was the top right. And let's go back to like this. Let's go to the bottom here and let's make it 0. And it's going to be like this, you see? So you can obtain a very cool design based also on your needs, and you can get creative with this. Then if you want to change the behavior of all your inputs, your form inputs and so on, you can go here. In my case, I will discard these. Okay, I will discard it later. Okay, you can go to form fields. And here you will be able to change all your form fields border radius. As you can see here, I am using variables here in my Elementor kit, but if you want to override them with your handwritten elements, you can go and select pixels, and you can do the same. For example, you can make them as a pill shape like this, or you can go back and make them completely squared, and they're going to behave exactly as you want. Okay, now let's go and we can, I wanted to show you how you can change the subtitle styling, for example. And to do so, you just need to go to the site settings again. Go to the global fonts. And don't worry, because you just need to do this once when you are searching for the style of your elements, and then you're going to be apply all this throughout the website automatically. Okay, here, this is the subtitles style. So if you need to change, let's say, the family or the sites or any other stuff that you want to change here, you can do it easily from this settings. Let's say that we want a different font family for our subtitles. We can go here and we can say that we want, I don't know, let's choose some of these. Let's say Arboreto, this one. We select it, and you will see that this is going to be applied immediately right here. If you do not see it immediately, it means that we just need to go and save changes. And we can go and open up the preview changes here with this little eye icon. Let's scroll down. You see your new font, Arboreto, is being applied to your subtitles. So go and find the right fonts for you. If you want to search for them easily, you can go and click on Google Fonts here. And this is the website where all the fonts are also previewed. So you can have a preview of all the main Google fonts. And you can also search using the filters here if you feel, I don't know, maybe you want a calm font, you want a technical one, you want a marker one. You can choose the filters here and you will have them right here. So we will be able to select them. Almost every of the fonts provided here are also available on Elementor, but some of the newest are not yet there. So just go and make sure to choose one that is also available in Elementor. For example, this one, Covered by Your Grace. If you liked it, you can go back to your website. You go to the style page here. You go to the subtitles. And let's say that we want to search for it. It is called Covered by Your Grace. So let's type just Grace. And there it is, Covered by Your Grace. We select it, and normally it's going to be applied right here. If you do not see it, you just can go and have a preview of your changes. Okay. And you will be able to see it here. Covered by Your Grace. This is the font. So it's pretty easy. You can go and use the resources that I have provided to you to choose your good font. And then when you are happy with your font, you can go and save. And one last thing I wanted to show you is the fact that we can also change the image border radius, because I have applied automatically to all your images a subtile border radius, like you see here. And if you want to get rid of it, you can just go again to the site settings and you go to images here. And you can simply go and change, instead of using var radius s as I have applied, you can go here and you can get rid of it using pixels and by providing this to 0. Okay, so you can save changes and that's it. But if you want to go back to my variables, you can either just type in your desired value. You see here now all the images as a huge border radius, but I like to use variables because they are packed into the CSS system. I just write in like this, variables, radius s in my case. If you want, there are also some other values packed in, which is the M, the L, and the XL. You see that the border radius is yes, increasing. In my case, I will leave it S because I like it. Save changes. Now that we are ready, we can click on the X icon here. We can save, and we can finally leave this page because now we are ready to start creating the website. Now let's go back here to the WordPress dashboard. Okay, let's go back to the dashboard. Perfect. Now we are ready to create all the pages of our website. We'll start by going to Pages here into the website dashboard. We go here and we click on Add New Page. Here we can give it a title, let's say Home. And here we can also directly enable Elementor. As you can see here now, we can go on by publishing this page, for example. And we can also click here if you want to add new pages, so that we do not need to go back to the WordPress standard dashboard, but we can create new pages directly from here, which is pretty handy. Let's click on Add New Page. We will go and click here on the page settings. And when we click here, we see that on the left, we can give it a title. Let's say that this second page is going to be the contact page. Let's publish. Let's go on by creating new pages. In this case, it's going to be the About one. And don't create now the portfolio page because we're going to create it later in a dynamic and different way. So we will leave it like this. We'll just create, in my case, 3 pages, the home, the about, and the contact page. And if you want to have more static pages, like for example, I don't know, maybe my vision or my method and so on, you can do it, of course. And when you're ready, you can publish them. And then when you go back to your WordPress here, you will see that all the pages are being actually stored. You click here again on the logo. All the pages are actually stored here. Pages, all page, we see about, contact, and home. Now we have to tell the website that the home page is going to be the actual home page of the website. Because right now, if you go and visit this page, you will see that this URL is going to be reflected like this. But our home page should not appear like this. It should be integrated with the domain. So it should be, for example, mywebsite.com, and that should be the homepage, not mywebsite.com/home. So to do so, you just need to go to the website backend. You go on settings, you go on reading, and you say that your homepage will display a static page that is going to be the actual home page. Perfect. Now you save changes. You will go back to the website. And if you purge the cache now, if you have Lightspeed installed, you will see that you can actually go and edit this page. And this is going to be the home page. That's it. And you can edit this page also with Elementor, of course. Now we're going to learn how to use Elementor by creating the home page of our website. Of course, once you learn how to manage and master all the techniques that I'm going to show you in this video, you will be able also to reproduce a completely different design from the one that we are starting from. But if you're a beginner, I will suggest you to follow step by step, and then of course get creative once you be more confident with the tool. Okay, so this is the page, the home page in this case. And this is the Elementor editor. As you can see here, there is the part of the blank page here, and we can start adding elements by clicking on this new add container. Okay, as you can see also here, we have the structure of the page that we can enable or disable. We will use a lot this element here, but for the moment, we keep it disabled. Click on the plus icon here, and let's start by adding a flexbox. Flexbox is the main container that we want to use when we're going to create any kind of design using Elementor. The first one is going to be for us a container placed from left to right. Okay, and we're going to insert inside here a few more elements. As you can see here, this is the structure that we want to obtain. So we're going to have a container to the left and a container to the right that is going to contain the image. Okay, let's do it. If you want, you can also right click with the mouse and see that you can immediately add a new container here in a quick and easy way. Or if you prefer, you can just go back here and drag and drop a container inside, as you prefer. You can also right click with the mouse and you can duplicate elements. Let's do it. And now you can see that we have two containers. If you want to open now the structure, you will see that all that we are doing are being also reflected here in the structure panel, that you can also drag and drop if you want here to the right, if you prefer. But in my case, I like to keep it here. Okay. I will rename this and I will call this hero section or welcome section as you want to. Hero section is going to be good. And inside here, we're going to have the left part and the right part. Okay. In the left, we're going to insert inside some text and an image, or yes, any kind of element that we want to recreate this kind of design. And let's do it together. So we will start by adding some contents. And as you can see here, when I click on the plus icon, I see here immediately on the left all the different elements that I can add to my container. And we'll be using now the heading. Okay. We'll then duplicate this heading 3 times. 1, 2, and 3. Look. So duplicate and duplicate, and I will paste the text. So in my case, I have this one is the text interior designer in Paris. And the first one actually is going to be the main title of my homepage, because it's going to be also the text that I want to be found for in Google or in general in search engines. So I'm going to type inside here, interior designer in Paris. In your case, if you have a portfolio for a photography website, you can say photography website in Rome, for example, or photography photographer, best photographers in Milan. I don't know, whatever you want, or in Austin, whatever you want. And down here, you can also write your creative title. So this one, the first one, is going to be the more technical one, the one that will just contain some SEO keywords. Sorry. I need to go back. And this one is going to be the more creative one. Let's say this is my portfolio. In my case, I didn't have any ideas, a special idea is mine. So I will just write down, this is my portfolio here. Oh, sorry. This is my portfolio. But anyway, you can write whatever you want down here. And here you can insert a short paragraph to introduce your portfolio website. In my case, this is my short paragraph. Okay. Okay, this one, now we have to optimize all this, and we have to do it very, very carefully. So the first one, as I was mentioning, should be the main title of the page. And when you select this one, you will see that you have the HTML tag. This is very important. Each page needs to have just one H1. And the H1 is the actual title of the page. That's going to be also telling to the search engines like Google what your page is all about. In this case, it is an interior designer in Paris. So this is the website of an interior designer in Paris. And the second one, it should be an H2 in this case, because it's going to be a secondary title. And then here, I'm going to use a paragraph. So here, this one is going to be a simple paragraph. Okay, pretty easy. Now on the right, we're going to add an image. So you can use the image, you see here, widget. You can drag and drop the image here. And we will add the real image later. So we'll just create the basic structure of the page right now to get started. And actually, if you want to have a preview of how your page is looking like in the front end, you can click on this little icon here, this little arrow, and it's going to remove all the elements and let you see how your page is going to look like in the front end. Okay, we're still far from this, but we're getting closer because we have all the elements in place right now. The important thing that we need to understand right now is the fact that each container, like in this case the hero section, needs to have some spacing, some padding. Look here, for example, I have some spacing from between the top bar here, the navigation bar, and the content. And also here, I have some spacing. I have some spacing here, I have it here. And in order to keep this spacing consistent and to give your website a professional look, you can use the classes that I have provided for you for free into the Elementor Starter Kit. What is it all about? Don't worry. Even if I said the word classes, don't worry, it's very easy. You can select your hero section, you go to the Advanced tab, and you can scroll down until you find CSS classes. And right here, you just need to type pad dash, and you can choose between S, M, L, or XL. In this case, we're just going to use the pad L class. And this is going to create some spacing to the top and to the bottom of the page. So this is the quickest way that you need to implement if you want to add some spacing into your sections. But if you prefer, you can also get rid of this and you can go and enter all the padding by hand. You see here that in the Advanced tab of our container, we have this part which is called padding, and you can use it to increase or decrease the spacing. But in our case, we just need the padding to the top and to the bottom. So you need to unlink the values. You see here, you unlink the values. And for example, let's say that you want 50 pixels to the top and 50 to the bottom. You see that you're adding some spacing. But in this case, if you do not use the class, you will need also to optimize this for tablet and for mobile. Instead, if you use the class, you will have all the tablet and mobile optimization already done for you automatically. But let's do now a custom padding, because in this case we're going to have, you see here the top spacing right correctly like this, but the bottom one will be 0 because we need all the elements here to be attached to the ground here. There's no space to the ground of the section. So we will keep it like this to the bottom, but to the top of the section we will add a padding. We not use pixels because we can use rem. They work very well and they're better in general. So you can select rem, you make sure to unlink values, and we just assign a special rem to the top. In this case, 5 rem is going to work good. Okay, you see? So basically we are preparing our section to look like this. Okay, we have the spacing to the top, we have the elements on the right, on the left, the elements on the right, and then we just need now to, work a little bit more here, this titles. So we go to the first one, and we need to transform this into a simple subtitles, while it will still get the H1 title. So in a technical way, it's going to represent the main title of your website, but in the design way, it's going to be a secondary title, a subtitle. So we leave H1 here, but we go to the Style tab, and we use the custom typography, the global typography that I have provided to you in the Elementor Starter Kit. So you can go here, and you can use your subtitles style. In my case, I have forgot to, I have to change it because I was making some tests, and it came up like this. But anyway, I will leave it like this, and I will change it later. I go here to my portfolio. Okay, I keep it H2. I go to the style and I want this text to stand out a little bit more. So I can go here and use a 3XL title. Okay, beautiful. Then I can go here to the paragraph and I want also this paragraph to be a little bit more visible. So I make sure here to leave it on paragraph. I go to the style tab, typography, and I go and select the text extra large. Okay, that's looking very nice. You see, we're starting to get closer now to our result. So this kind of gives you the idea of how you can proceed when you want to create also new pages, when you want to create an about page or a vision page or whatever you want. So basically what you will learn here, you can easily apply it then to the rest of your Elementor pages, of course. Here, let's go on the right side. You will need now a picture with a transparent background if you want to obtain the same effect. Of course, you can also change and use whatever picture you prefer, but I would suggest you to use this technique here because it kind of look very professional and welcoming to the visitors of your website, and it gives immediately the feeling of something modern and beautiful to interact with. So if you want to catch the eyes of your possible clients, it's gonna work very fine, very well. I suggest you also to use Canva to remove the background of your pictures because it works very well. Or you can also type background remove on Google or even on ChatGPT, and it's going to give you some solutions to easily remove the background of your pictures. Now let's go and see how you can upload a new image here on the right. You click on the element and then you click here. You will be redirected to the library here, where you can just go and click on upload files and select your images. Or you can even just stay here and drag and drop your images from your computer. Now you have to know that each time you upload a new image and you place your image into your home page or into any page of your website, your page, that specific page, is going to be loading a little bit slower. So to avoid this, you need to compress the image to really optimize all your website images at once. You can install simple plugins like Image Optimizer provided by Elementor. This plugin has a really limited free version that you can use if you want to optimize a few number of pictures, 200. And then if you want to optimize more pictures, more images, you need to upgrade to a paid plan. It is possible that in the future I will have created a video about image optimization. If it is the case, you will find it in the description box down below together with all the other resources. So make sure to go and check it out. So now let's go and upload our picture. I have prepared the picture with a transparent background and I have put as a title my name, last name, and the keywords that represent my services and my work. This is the best solution to work also in a SEO optimization direction. So I would suggest you also to do the same. If you have a picture of you about your client, for example, you can go here and may place the name, last name, and then place the SEO keyword that people search when they're looking for services like yours. In this case, interior designer in Paris. This is good to insert in image titles, and also make sure that here it looks good. Also, the title, it should represent something similar, you see? Name, last name, and then the keywords related to your work. You can also go and fill the alt text if you want to, and in this case, this is going to be used by readers, by text readers, used by people that needs to access the website differently in this case. For example, Jane Doe, interior designer in Paris, this is a description of what's included inside the picture. This is the description basically of the content of the picture. Okay. Once we are ready, we can click on select now, and this image is going to be loaded into the website. Great. Let's go and publish now, and let's go and have a preview of the changes that we made to our homepage. This looks very nice and clean and beautiful, and this is just the beginning of our website creation. Now let's add a second image that's going to be below here the paragraph to obtain the effect that we have here, you see? An image, yes, that can be maybe the most recent work that we did, or the most beautiful one that we want to put in that we want to feature into our hero section to welcome all our visitors. Let's go and do it. Let's place there an image. We go to the plus icon here, and we will go and drag and drop the image right below the paragraph here. We go down here to choose this image, and we're going to upload the image from our computer. Okay, so this is my picture. And as you can see here, I've used the title to say, again, the name, last name, the main keywords focusing on the SEO part, and then the name of my project. Let's say that I have the project name here. Let's say that this name is, I don't know, maybe London style. And you can write it here, for example. So this is going to be the title of the image. And here in the alt text, I'm describing the content of the image. Living room renovation by Jane Doe, interior designer in Paris. Or living room renovated by, etc., etc., etc. You can use it like this. Of course, you do not have to do it for all your pictures, but if you prepared your titles, before, and you just call your images files in a good way, like in this case here, and you organize them well, you're gonna have at least the titles already done for you, and then you can use an SEO plugin to fill all the alt text automatically for you. But this is also another topic and a quite complex one. Just good to know that you have a good title is gonna work fine. Let's go and select this image. Okay, and now this is the image that we're going to have in the home page. Let's go and see how well this will look like in the front end. Okay, it starts to mess around a little bit because we see that the image here, instead of being to the bottom of the container, is now floating up here. Why? What is happening? That's very easy. We can just resolve the problem by going to the container here and asking to the container to simply stuck to the bottom of of itself. We justify the content to the end, like this, you see? Very easy. So you select the container, you go to the layout, and you justify content to the end. Okay, oh, sorry. Okay, so now we are working good. Perfect. To make everything look like we have here, to have the same design, we need to also change the background. So we can go to the main container, the one that we called hero section at the beginning, and we can change the style and go to change the border, the background, sorry. So we enable the classic background type, and we can use a color, default color. We're going to select the background dark, this one, and this is going to be the dark background of our first section. Of course, now we need to change the colors here of all the fonts. Otherwise, we're going to not be able to read them. Let's select the first one. And this is going to be changing to global white. Or if you prefer, you can also separate the titles from the white in general. So in this case, I have the titles light. So if I want to change it by any reason, I can do it later. And I'm going to apply the same here. Also titles light. And I'm going to add here a text light. Okay. If you want, you can also change the color of the subtitle. You can even create a new color if you prefer, but in this case, I will just use the text soft gray. Okay, looks good for me. Let's publish and have a quick preview of the page. And you see that now it starts looking more and more similar as what we have here in the example. Don't worry also, because we're going to optimize everything for mobile tablets and so on, but we're going to do it in the next steps of the video. Now, what do we need to do here is to go back here and change the relationship between the two columns. The first one, the first container here, the left one, we're going to change the width and we're going to place it at 65%. And then we're going to the second one and we're going to place it at 45%. Sorry, 35%. Okay, now we can publish it. We can reload the page and we see that it looks like this. If we want to change the relationship, the ratio between the two columns, we can fine tune by changing these values. Let's say that I want 40 and 60 here. I can do it like this. Looks even better. Okay, now it's better. Now it's perfect. Great. And then you can go and change the color of the portfolio word, the portfolio word. How you can do it, as we have here, you see, you can apply automatically the global color that we're using in Elementor just by selecting here the word, going to the content and apply a simple HTML and CSS styling. But I will show you how you can do it by copy and pasting the resources that you have in the resources to get started here. Basically, when you scroll down, you will see some custom codes, and you have this one, which is called highlight a word with a global color in the heading widget. Basically, you can go and copy the part where you have the span, style, color, and so on. Let's go and copy it. Perfect. We can copy, and you can place it at the place of the word. You can replace this word with that code. So we paste. Okay. And instead of having here real, we just need to change to portfolio. And here we're using the primary color. So the primary global color that we have in Elementor, you see? That's being added automatically like this. Let's get rid of the second dot. This is beautiful, right? So I just insert this short code here, and I can also change to secondary if I want. secondary, and look, it's gonna take automatically the secondary color. In this case, I want to leave it to primary, so I will go here and leave primary. And that's it. So if you change your mind later on and you want to change the colors of your whole website, you won't need to go inside here and change it manually, but you just need to go to the site settings. You just go to the global colors. And as always, you can change your color very easily like this. Let's say that you want this one. That's it. And basically, whatever you're applying this global color through the website is going to be updated automatically in this way. Very, very easy. Let's go on now by adding the last touch here, the two last touch. The details that we need here is this overlapping here of the image with the second section, and then this Jane Doe, so your name and last name here beside your image. Let's go and see how to do so. For the name here that we can add here beside the picture, it is pretty easy. You can use a heading. You drag and drop the heading here, and then you will write your name. We will assign now a simple paragraph here. We go to the style and we change the style, the typography style, to be a big one so that we can read it easily. This one should work fine, or even an Excel one can work fine here. Okay. And then we change the text color to be global white or text light. Okay. Now we need to change the font, so we can go to the typography here, and in this case we can even go and change it manually using the pencil without using global values. So we can go here to the pencil and we can change, there are many different handwritten fonts available here, and I will use the caveat. Caveat, this one, okay, you see Jane Doe, and I will place now this element above the image. How to do so? You go to the Advanced tab, and you select the position as absolute. Okay, now it's here, perfect. We just need to place it on the right, and then we place it to the bottom. Okay, and then we can also go and increase a little bit the offset of 50 pixels. Beautiful, let's go and publish. Let's have a quick preview like this. If you prefer, you can have a quick preview also with the eye here that you can use to preview your changes in the front end. Looks very nice, you see. And the design is starting to take a real dimension. Great. Let's go and see now how we can create the second section and how we can make this image overlap with the second section. Okay, like this. Let's go and do it together. We click on the plus icon, and here we start creating the second section using a simple flexbox. In this case, we're going to use from up to down, okay? And now, before going to customize the second section, we just need to go and make this image overlap. How to do so? We just select the image here, the image widget. We go to the Advanced tab, we unlink the margin values, and then we decide to the bottom values to give a negative value. For example, -70. You see how this is going to look? Very nice. Let's go and publish. And now when we go back to our homepage, it is going to look exactly as the one that we wanted to replicate, this one. Beautiful. Now let's go and create together a second section that we're going to use to showcase our latest projects automatically. And this is going to be automatically, dynamically pulled with all your latest projects. So for example, this is the latest project that I have uploaded to my portfolio, and I can see it here on my homepage. So I can click on it and I can see all the data about this project, the featured image, the details, the elements, and so on. And here is the portfolio element. Okay, so in order to obtain this second section here into our homepage, let's start by adding a new Flexbox container that we already added, of course, but we will need now to add some increase the spacing to the top and to the bottom. So we select the container, we go to the Advanced tab, and we make sure to add some padding. We unlink the values and we select here rem, and we place to the top at least 7 or 8 rem. 7 will work interesting, but let's go with the 8 rem, okay. But now let's go to the bottom and let's do it about 5. Okay. Let's go and click on the plus icon here and we'll start adding a heading. This is going to be the heading H2. And here we're going to introduce the latest projects. If you want, you can also add a subtitle. Let's go like this. We'll change this to be a simple paragraph. And you can also be smart here and try to use some keywords. Let me say, for example, something like this. And we'll change it to style to be a simple subtitle. Okay. Perfect. Now you can place this above or below based on your style of your design style. Okay, perfect. Maybe in this case, I will leave it just below like this. Okay. And then I will go on by adding a grid. So here you see that instead of, before adding the grid, actually, I have also a call to action here to bring the people, to the visitors, to all the projects page, to the portfolio page. And let's create it together. So we click on the plus icon. We insert another container down here, down below here. And we place this secondary element, this subtitle, inside that container. Okay. And now inside this container, we will be able to add a button. So we select the button and we drag and drop the button here. We select the container now and we make sure that this is going to be an horizontal one. And then we place the elements with a space between. And then we also align the elements to the center. Okay, this is going to work fine like this. Here in the button, we just need to change the call to action. And then once our portfolio page is going to be ready, we're going to link it here. If we want, we can just prepare it by typing /portfolio, because this is going to be the URL of our portfolio page. Okay, let's go and publish now and have a quick preview. So this is at the beginning of our second section and it looks already quite nice. And it is, similar to the one that we have here. Perfect. Now we're going to have a placeholder of our elements here because they are being created dynamically, but we do not have all the components that we need now to show them like this in a beautiful way. So we'll just need to have some placeholders to keep our design looking good for our creation process. Let's click on the plus icon. We will use a simple grid in this case. So we drag and drop a grid here. And we will tell this grid to be just 3 columns and just 1 row. We can add inside here 3 images. Let's go and drag and drop some images. Duplicate them like this. Okay. Pretty easy, right? Now we have these images here. Okay, so this is going to be just the basic structure of our second section. And then we have a call to action. But before going to the call to action, let's just populate these images with some random latest works. Let's say, yeah. Now I'm just going to pick a few of my latest projects images. Let's go and use this one. Then we'll go and select this other one here and we place inside this one. Then we're going to select this one and we're going to use another one here, this one. Okay. If the images are all different sizes, don't worry because we can just go to the style tab and we just can make the height equal. So we can go and make 300 pixels or even something less, 250 pixels. And then we go to the object fit cover. So now we can just go and copy and paste the styles here. Copy and paste style, you see, I just copied the style for the first one and then I went with the right click of the mouse and I went and pasted the style to the others. So now they all have a custom height, which is going to be 220 pixels. Okay, let's publish. And this, remember, is just going to be a provisory part here, just a placeholder part. We're going to substitute this with an actual real dynamic part later during the video. Okay, now let's go and create a custom call to action that we're going to also to save as a global call to action that we're going to use throughout the website to make visitors go and contact us. In order to be able to create this call to action and then save it as a global one, we just need to start with a simple container. So we go here and we use a new container that we're going to insert inside the second section. So we go here to the plus icon, we drag and drop a container below the title, for example. And then we place all the other elements like this. Otherwise, it won't work because the drag and drop Elementor editor is a little bit old right now and they need to update it. But it's going to work. We just need to be a little bit smart like this and change things. If you do not arrive to do it, you can open up the structure. You scroll down here. And in this case, we just need this container here. Okay, to be below the grid. So we can place the grid actually here above the container. Okay, that should have worked. Perfect. So there it is, our container. We click on the plus icon and we start adding some elements. We need in this case an image, a text and a button. So we will upload here an image. Oh, sorry, we are still inside here. We need to use the image here in this container. So an image, okay. Then make sure that the container is placed in the layout from left to right. Then we will add an heading, not an heading, but in this case, a text paragraph. So a text editor, okay. Okay, as always now is not working. Perfect, let's get rid of it. We just need to select the image, then we click on the plus icon, and then we click on the text editor. Okay, you see that now we have the text there, and then we need to click and add a button. We can also do not use the drag and drop, but simply click on the elements. But yeah, be careful that all the elements are inside the right container. Let's rename now this container and call it CTA. Let's call it even global CTA. Okay, it's going to be the global CTA. And this container here is going to be the second section, is going to be latest project section. Okay. So that we can easily recognize all the different sections. Inside the latest project section, we have now our global CTA. Okay. Let's go and select this global CTA container. Let's get rid now of the structure panel. And we see that this is the situation that we have right now. Okay. Let's now make it a little bit of order and organization. The first thing we can do is to go to the button here and make sure that it's going to be always visible inside the container. So we select it and we go to the advanced tab and we make the sides grow. So we go to sides and we select grow. You see here that now the button like this, it is going to stay inside the container. Great. We can now go to the image and we can upload our image. So we go to the content and upload the image. You can simply drag and drop the image from your computer or just go and upload it. Okay, this is going to be the image that I'm going to use. Remember to give it a title and all the other things that I told you at the beginning. In this case, I'm just going to go a little bit faster. And this image here is going to be a little bit smaller. So I'm going to use a different image resolution because I do not want to use a huge image for this element here, and just use a medium large or even just a medium one. Let's go with the medium. Okay. And then into the style tab, if I'm not satisfied with the dimensions, I can even go further by changing the maximum width in pixels and fine tune all the dimensions of my image. But in this case, I'm pretty cool with this dimensioning. I would leave it like this. Okay, perfect. Now let's go on with the border, with the background of the setting here. So we select the image here, the container. We select the container, we go to the style and we change the background. Background type, let's use a dark background. Background dark. Okay, we change now the text here. Style, and we make it big. So we go to the typography and we make it text extra large. And we also go and change the text color and we make it white. Okay. We go here to the button and we can change just the content. We can go and make let's chat. And here we can link the contact page. Since we already created a contact page, even if it's just empty, we can already link it and then we can go and publish. Okay. So basically now if we go and have a preview of this page, we're going to see that when someone goes here and click on the Let's Chat button, they're going to be redirected to the contact page. Okay, that is working fine. Now, in order to achieve a good design like this one, we need to place the elements differently. And of course, we can also use the same copy just to have a good sentence here. Let's go to the content and let's replace this with our sentence. We can go to the visual part and we can make this like this. If you want to assign a global color, as I was mentioning before, you need to use always the code that I provide you here. So we can go and copy and paste the same code here, highlight a word with a global color in the heading widget or in any other widget, by the way. So we can copy this. We can place this code right inside here. Instead of, we go to the code part and in the unique here, we just, in the unique here, we just go and replace the code that we already copied. And instead of using real, we say unique. You see that now we are using the global color in a perfect way like this. Okay, great. Now we're ready to space elements a little bit differently. So we just need to go and apply some spacing if we want directly to the container. So we go to the container, to the advanced tab, and we use a rem value. And we use here a spacing of 1 rem everywhere. Oh, sorry, we cannot do this. Actually, we cannot do this. We can do this just unlinking values using the right and left values. So in this case, 2 and 2. Okay, this is gonna work fine. And then now for the top and bottom, since this image needs to be stuck in the bottom of the container, we just need to apply the space to the button and to the text. So we go to the text, we go to the advanced tab, and we're going to apply some custom padding or margin to the top and to the bottom. Let's go and unlink values. Let's go and use just rem, and let's go and make 2 to the top and 2 to the bottom. Okay, actually we can use, it is better if we use directly the margin in this case. Let's see if it works better. Let's go here and use rem, 2 to the top and 2 to the bottom. Oh, not 20, but just 2. Okay, it should work fine. I do not understand why I'm seeing this like this, but it shouldn't be a problem. And then we select the button and we do the same. So we go to the advanced tab, we unlink the values of the margin, and we use a top and bottom to rem value. Okay, perfect. Now let's go and align everything to the center. So we select the container and we align center, we vertically center everything. So we go here to the align items. And as you can see here, the design looks beautiful right now. Okay, that's great. If we want, you can also add a border radius. We can go to the style and we can work about the border here. Or if you prefer, you can also just assign a class. To the advanced tab, you can go here to the CSS class, you go and add a radius L class. Look here, we have our beautiful call to action, global call to action. Okay, I like it. If you want to have the same border radius of all the images and so on, you can use the border S, the radius S class actually. And or even the radius M class. Yeah, it's gonna work better. Let's publish and have a preview. And now our beautiful call to action is there. We can increase a little bit the spacing between the call to action and the rest of the elements just by going here and adding another element, which is gonna be a spacer in this case. Okay, let's drag and drop the spacer below here. And then let's just swap the position if we are right to do so. Okay, perfect. And that's it. Let's publish. And we see now in the preview that our call to action is, yeah, a little bit too much. Let's go to the spacer and make it a little bit less. Yeah, 20 pixels should work fine. So there is a, yeah, breathing space, but it's still together with all the rest of the elements. So here they can go and visit the portfolio, and here they can just contact us. And here they will have the link to all the latest projects. Great, no? Okay. Now, what happens if you want to reuse this call to action into other parts of the site? We're going to see it later on. It's going to be very easy to do so. But now, for the moment, we'll leave it here as it is. Now we're going to recreate this beautiful section here with the boxes with our method, and you can use this kind of design to showcase any kind of content, your method, your vision, or the steps of your work, anything you want. So now let's go and create this together. We're going to add a new Flexbox container here into our homepage. And in this case, we're going to use the advanced tab to apply not the padding manually, but we're going to apply the padding through a CSS class. We'll use pad L. As you can see here, pad L looks exactly the same as the others if you're using 5 rem, because it uses a 5 rem value into the desktop. So we go and place here a heading. It's going to be my method. It's going to be good if you use the h2 value, it's okay. And then we can also add another heading as always. Let's duplicate this one just like this. We use this as a simple paragraph. And we're going to insert here, okay. We go to the style tab and we change the typography here to be a simple subtitle, okay. And then we can go and add the actual boxes. To do so, we will use a grid system. So we'll use a grid here, okay. And then we will use it as just 3 boxes. You can also increase or decrease based on the number of elements that you want to show. I use 3, and then I will use just 1 row. I will place in the first row a simple container inside here. And inside this container, I will start adding some elements. The first one is going to be an icon. Then I'm going to have a heading. Then I'm going to have a paragraph, simply. As easy as it is. The paragraph should be an H3 or H4. In this case, an H3 is going to work fine. And then I'm going to work my insert here my copy. Be kind. Then I'm going to place the icon here to the style to the left. and I'm going to change the icon to the content. And here I have a huge library of font awesome icons, which is pretty good. But if you want to enhance your icons library, I have a free resource for you in the portfolio page, of course, here. So if you have subscribed here to my Ele portfolio resources, you can go and download the icons pack for free. It is a pretty good one, and it's the same that I used also in my portfolio website tutorial. In this one, you see here all these icons comes from this icon pack. You see the social media icons, this icon here, also the icons that I'm using in the portfolio elements. So when you go in the portfolio elements, let's say here, all the icons that you can find here are just using that same pack. And if you want to use the same, as I was mentioning before, you can go here, you download it. It's called Fontello Huge Icons. You save it into your downloads folder, okay? And you can go then and upload this icon pack into your Elementor website. But before doing so, let's just finish to create this this part here. So let's just pick some basic icons here. We can change the style. Let's give it a color primary different color. This one, or even the secondary one here, it can work fine. And then we can add a background and a border. So we can select the container here. We can go to the advanced tab and we select padding by selecting rem and by putting a padding about 2 rem. 2 rem, it works fine in general. Okay. In my case, in my design, it looks good. And then I'm going to the style tab and I will apply a specific border here. I'm going to use a border radius to 1. Oh, sorry, the border radius, I'm going to leave it like this. I'm going to enable a solid border width. I'm going to place 1 like this. Border colors, I'm going to use the borders light, this one. Let's go and have a preview. Beautiful. And now I'm going to round the borders. To do so, you have different paths. If you want, you can use the border radius value here and you can put whatever you want. Let's say 10, and you see that is going to be applied. Or you can simply go and add a class to your element. In this case, I'm going to go to the advanced tab and I'm going to use the radius L class. Let's go and check it out. Beautiful. Okay, let's go now and duplicate this element, but before doing so, we will going to add a subtle animation. Look, when you are back here in the home page and you scroll to that section, you see that the elements appears one by one like this. We will add this animation too, and to do so, we just need to go like this. We just need to go to the first container, we go to the advanced tab, and we scroll down to the motion effects. Here we go and select the fade in animation. We duplicate now this element. And in the second one, we select the second one and we go to the advanced tab and we apply the motion effect. But in this case, we're going to leave it fade in like this, but we're going to add a delay, a 500 milliseconds delay. We're going to do the same now to the third one. We duplicate it. We select the third one. We scroll down here to the motion effects in the advanced tab. Okay. And we're going to apply a 1000 milliseconds delay. Now we publish and have a quick preview of our portfolio page, of our home page, and look how beautiful this section it is. Actually, it looks very good also like this, pretty simple and minimalistic. Okay, now you can go and change a little bit of stuff here. If you want, you can add a background color. You can add a color also to these elements here, because this one, for example, has no background. And if you want to add a background to the whole container, let's go here and let's go to the style tab. Let's add a background. You will see that also all the other containers will be transparent. So let's say that I'm using background light, this one. You see, these are all transparent. If you want to make them stand out a little bit more, you can select them and change the background color being global white, for example. So this is going to work fine. Okay. Pretty easy, global white. Okay, publish. And this is going to be our third section. Nice. Okay, let's change the copy and then I'm going to show you how to upload your custom icons. Be kind, listen. No, it's before. Actually, be kind, listen here. I want to put it here, listen. Listen, be kind, do it with passion. All right. Now we can publish it. We can add another button here. which is going to be the call to action that is going to lead the people to contact us, exactly as we have here, contact me. Okay, let's go and see how to do so. Plus icon. We can add another container or just add a simple button in this case. We'll place this button here below this element. Since it's not possible to do it easily, you see, we just need to go and do as always, place it here and then place this above here. Okay. Oh. Command Z or Control Z to go backwards. Okay. What's happening here? Okay, perfect. We just need now to, let's try to drag and drop this below, because it is pretty frustrating, the fact that we cannot do it easily. No, actually this is going to place it here. That's not what we want. Okay, let's Command Z, Control Z. Oh, let's go here to the history and let's go backwards to the button added. Okay, perfect. Let's go and open up the structure and let's use the structure as always. So we go here to the last part of the element. We see that there is this grid. We close the grid and we place the button below the grid, actually. Below the grid. If you're not, or we can place the grid above the button. Okay, we did it. Okay, after this adventure of placing a button below a grid, we can go and select the button actually. Okay, perfect. And then we can place the button to the right. So we go to the Style tab and we place it to the right. Okay, great. We can change the call to action here to say simply contact me. And then we can go and change here the link to the contact page. Let's publish. And now we have our section in place. Beautiful. Okay. Now I'm going to show you how you can upload a custom icon font. To upload a custom icon font, you can go to my resources here and download the custom icons pack. So once you download it onto your computer, you can go back to Elementor, you go to the dashboard, you go to Elementor and you select the custom icons, this one. When you are inside here, you can click on add new icon set. You can give it a name. It's called huge icons. The pack that I'm using, and this pack here has also some paid icons if you want, but this pack here that I've selected is all for free. So you can click here and upload your huge icons. It's going to be this one, Fontello huge icons.zip, and then you're going to have at your disposal many other icons. These are not many, in fact, these are just 48, but this is great for different kind of portfolio website, can work fine, of course. Let's go and see now how you can use these icons in the front end. When you are here, we can reload now our page after saving it, of course. We publish and save the page, of course, as always, and then we reload the page to be able to see our new icons available into our library. So now we wait a few seconds that the page is loading. Then we scroll down until we find our section and we go and select the first icon and we see that we can go and click on this icon. And now we have our personalized libraries here, huge icons. We can use the ear, let's say ear, to listen. Then we can use the pray here to be kind, huge icons pray, this one. And then we can use the do it with passion, the heart. There it is. Okay, insert. So we have some beautiful icons. The advantage to use the icons like this instead of uploading just simple SVG files or image files is the fact that they are coherent with your global colors. If you decide to change it, you do like this. Oh, sorry. Actually, I have to change it everywhere. And then you go and copy and paste it here. Paste style, and you can see that it's going to be very easy to apply the color like this. Otherwise, if you use some SVG or custom images, you won't be able to change the color, of course. And of course, you want to be able to use also your global colors, like we are doing right now. Okay, let's go back to our secondary color because I actually liked it. I go in Command Z, Control Z, publish, and this is our new section of the homepage. Voila, beautiful. Now, the last section of our homepage will be this one. It's going to be a very easy to create section, and let's do it together. Okay, Let's go and create a new Flexbox container. We will place this from left to right. And then we will add a few containers. So add a new container, and we will duplicate this one or just add a new one. And that's it. So we have 2 containers side by side. We can add also here to the advanced tab our pad.l class. Pad.l class, perfect. And then we can go and add a first element here inside the first container, which is going to be a heading. We're going to duplicate this heading because we're going to have also a subtitle. And then we're going to add a simple text editor. Okay. Then we're going to add a button. Actually, we're going to have 2 buttons here. And if you want to have 2 buttons, you see that if you duplicate this one, it's going to stack one below the other. While if you want to have the same design that we have here, one beside the other, you need to create another container and place this container below the paragraph so that you can insert the buttons here, the first one here, and the second one here. And then you can just go here and place it like this, row horizontal. Pretty nice, right? Okay. Then we can change the content. We can say here, visit the portfolio. And here we can link to the portfolio just by going slash and write portfolio. In the second button here, we can just go and say contact me by linking to the contact page. Okay. Perfect. If you want to change also the design of the buttons, you can go to the Style tab and you can change that right here. If you want to use global settings, you just leave it like this. But if you want to change some buttons, you can go here and apply a border radius, a padding, or a different border type if you want. For example, we can change it to solid like this, and we can get rid of the background color. For example, we can make it white. And this is going to be a secondary button, you see. Of course, you need to change also the hover colors and so on. But in my case, I will just reset the styles because I like it like this. Okay. And I will be here going to reset the styles like this. Perfect. Great. Okay, now let's add an image here. A simple image. Okay. And let's substitute this with a real one. Media library. This is going to be my image. Okay. Now, if you want, you can also align everything to the center by going to the main container and by going to the style, to the layout tab, and by aligning everything to the center like this. And we're going to change here the elements. It's going to be about me. Okay. And here we're going to have a subtitle. Okay. Then we're going to change the subtitle to be a simple paragraph. This one is we're going to leave it to H2. It's going to be good, H2. And here we go to the Style tab and we place it as a simple subtitle. Okay, looks good. Now, if you want to add a background color here to your image, you just need to go to the image itself, to the container. Oh, actually, we can go to the image itself also, to the image. And we can go to the Advanced tab. And in the Image Advanced tab, we see the background settings here. We can go and add a gradient one. And we can select as a first color, a simple transparent color like this. And as a secondary color, we can use a global one like this one. It's going to work fine. Okay, let's have a preview. Looks very nice. And the problem here is that we do not have the border radius applied. So let's see if we can apply the border radius by using the layout system and applying the class radius L. Radius L. Great. Now it's going to work fine. Nice. Pretty nice, you see. If you want, you can also apply a solid border. But in this case, I think that I will leave it like this. Okay. Perfect. So let's save now. Okay. Let's save and publish the page. As always, we have a quick preview of how our website is looking. And looks awesome. So now we are ready to optimize everything for mobile. Let's go and do some responsive editing. You see that now your page looks like this. And you have all the responsive editing right here above. So you have the laptop one that is going to show your website how it looks from a small laptop screen. Looks pretty good right now. Okay, I can leave it like this. But now we have to optimize for tablet and mobile, you see. So we go and click on tablet and we see a preview of how our website is going to look like. Don't worry about the like this, because we can just go here and select the first element actually. Okay, perfect. Let's select the first container. Okay, so this is the tablet portrait. And let's have a quick scroll to see if everything looks fine. Okay, here the images are a little bit tall, too tall, so we can change it if we want. Here the call to action, there is a problem here with the image. Okay, we know that. Here we have, yeah, we can keep it like this, nothing really difficult. And here we have the buttons like this. So we have to adjust a little bit of some elements. And here, if we want, we can also, yeah, put this element here in a different dimension. I'll show you here what I did in this case, in the optimization of the website. Here you see, for example, in that part of the method, I decided on tablet to put all the elements like this. So you see here, instead of having them like this, we can place it like this and move the Contact Me button right here, which is gonna work fine, I think. But we'll do this together right now. Then here, the section, you see, I've just made the fact that the image is gonna be stacked like this in a correct way, okay? And then the images here, I can change the columns number to be 2 and 2 rows if you want. The rest, it's okay. So as you can see here, the first section looks still good in my opinion, so I can keep it like this on tablet, no problem. And I can go on now by providing some optimization here in the second section. For example, let's say that I want to decrease the height of these images. I can go and select the first one, and I can say to the Style tab that I do not want them to be 250 pixels when they are on tablet, but I need them to be just 200. Like this is going to work fine. Okay, let's go and copy and paste the style. Okay, just to show you how you can work around with responsive editing. And then we can even go and change the whole grid system here by clicking here on the pencil icon. Sorry, by clicking here on opening the grid, okay? And in this grid, we can go and say that, for example, on tablet, we want 2 columns to be present here. So it's gonna look even better like this. Okay, perfect. The number of rows, we can place it to, well, no, in this case, just 2 is automatic, perfect. And we can scroll down here and see that there is this problem here in the call to action because we have the image which is floating, and this should not happen. Now, when we select the text here, we see that we had in the advanced tab some margin top and bottom. We can get rid of it, actually. We can place everything to 0 here, 0 and 0. And we can do the same here for the button. We go here, and to the advanced tab, we go to the margin 0 everywhere. Okay. This looks fine, okay? Just let's go here and see if we can change a little bit the styling, but I think that is gonna work fine for me, okay, perfect. Or actually, we can also assign to this whole container here a specific minimum height, because if it is a little bit too narrow here, we can do it by going to the minimum height and placing it to 200 pixels. You see? And this is gonna be great because we're gonna be able to put this image here to the and no, we're not going to be able to do it. Yes, you see? So maybe we just exaggerated a little bit here. We need to go and place it 100. No, it's a little bit too little. 120 or like this. You see, you can work. This looks fine. Yeah, I think that 130 is okay. So you can fine tune the look and feel of all the elements. And then we can go on to the method here. We can select the whole grid, as always, the whole grid container. So we open up the structure. We go to the grid system here, and we say that we want just 2 columns to have them in mobile. And we can also go here to the Contact Me button. We can go to the Style tab and place it to the left. It is already there, but we go to the Advanced tab. We place it completely to the end, and we align with using the margin. So we unlink the values, and we go to the top, and we go -70. Oh, -70. Let's have a quick preview. Okay, maybe we can just have a preview also like this. We publish, and we go here. And if you want, you can open up the inspector and see how your website will look like from the mobile phone or tablet, just by dragging and dropping here the elements. Okay, so let's leave it like this. This is going to be approximately the padding stuff, you see, the tablet part, okay? The call to action looks gorgeous. The latest project looks good. And here the method looks very good. And the button here is correctly aligned and perfectly shown like this. Okay. Let's go now and adjust also the buttons that we have into our last section here, because they can sometimes appear a little bit weird. So we can decide, for example, on tablet and on mobile to place them differently. We can go here and say that, for example, in the main container that contains those buttons, we need to go column vertical so that the buttons, they're gonna have more space like this. Okay, so when we are on laptop, the buttons will be just side by side. And when we are on tablet and on mobile phone, they're going to be one above the other. Perfect. Let's go now and publish our page. And let's go and optimize everything for mobile too. So let's have a quick look also on how the website is going to look on mobile. Let's go back to the top. We select the first container. Okay. We see that it looks very nice already. So we have a beautiful effect that is overlapping our image to the normal image. If you do not want to obtain this effect, you just go to the first image here and you simply go and remove the negative margin. So you can go here and place it to 0, for example. But in my case, I like it, so I will leave it just as it is. And if you want, you can also align differently the text and the elements. For example, here the text can be aligned to the center only for mobile. Even this one can be aligned to the center. And this one too can be aligned to the center. Just for the first section, this can work fine, you see? Pretty good. Then if you want to hide some elements or show them just on specific devices, for example, if you want to get rid of this picture in toto, you can go to the Advanced tab and you can go to the responsive settings and you can decide to hide some elements on specific devices. For example, if you go like this image is going to be hidden on mobile, you see? This is my portfolio, like this. You can choose up to you what is going to work best for your design, but in this case, I'm going to leave it because why not? Why not showcasing our latest project here? Then we have our latest project section, and as we are using the padding here manually, and we are not using the class that I provided you, we have to adjust it here. So it's a little bit too much here. So we go and adjust the padding top to the Advanced tab, and instead of using 8 here and 5 to the bottom, we just get rid of the link values, and we use instead of 8 a value of, it's going to work fine, and we're going to do the same below here. So we're going to use the bottom 3. Okay. But actually here we can go even a little bit. No, 5 is too much. Let's go 4. 4 is going to work fine. 4 above and 4 below. Okay. Let's look here. Latest projects. Actually above, I think that 3 is going to work better. Okay. If you want, you can align center everything. But in my case, I will leave it like this. Latest projects. And here I have to adjust now my call to action. We will do it in a moment. Let me check here if everything is okay. The button here should now have not have the margin here like this. We leave it like this. Perfect. We can actually stretch this button to be bigger and to take all the place that it has just by going here and stretching the value here, and also to the Style tab we go and stretch it like this. Stretch. Okay. Then we go to the About Me section, and we can also stretch these buttons here if we prefer. So we can go and visit the portfolio one, and we go and stretch to the Style tab here. We go to make it like this. And this one, actually, we can hide it because we already have a Contact Me here. So it's gonna be a duplicated one. So we select this contact button, we go to the Advanced tab, and we hide it. Scroll to Responsive, and let's go and hide a mobile. Okay, beautiful. This is my picture. If I want, I can also show my picture above the About Me. So let's select the container that contains the picture. And let's say to the Advanced tab that we want this to be start when we are on mobile. Okay, beautiful. So now let's have a preview of the whole page. Perfect. We have the first part. We see that looks very nice. We have the latest projects part. We can even stretch this button if you want. Let's do it after. We just need to, adjust a little bit the call to action. We'll do it in a second. Here we have this button here well stretched. We have the picture appearing before, and then we have the About Me section. Okay, perfect. Let's go back now to the elements that we need still to adjust. We have the call to action here, and we have also the, what did we have? Also this button here. Let's stretch it. Style stretch. If it doesn't work immediately, it means that you also need to go to the Advanced tab and you have to stretch it here too. And if it doesn't work neither, you have to go here and make it full width. Okay, so you have different multiple options to obtain the same result. So down here we have this latest part to adapt. We can select the image and we can place the image at the end of the element just for mobile. We can also decrease a little bit the dimension of the image if we want by making it a maximum width of 200 pixels. Okay, and then we need to place it to the center. If it doesn't work, we need to center everything from the container. So we center everything in the container here just by going, oh, actually it is already centered. That's weird. So we can go to the image, to the advanced tab and make it center like this. Okay, it doesn't work even here. Okay, we have to make it grow. Okay, perfect. Now it works. And let's also give this button here a little bit more room and space. So we go to the style tab and we make it stretch. And here we can also place this with a little bit of spacing to the top. So we go to the container, we go and add a few padding to the top. So we go here and on link values, we keep it right and left 2. And the top should be also 2. Beautiful. And we can even center the sentence here. Style, center align. Okay. Publish. We have just optimized all our homepage for tablet and mobile. Let's take the time to have a quick preview from both sides. So we have the tablet here. Okay. This is very nice. Looks pretty cool. Okay. The call to action looks good. All the elements here looks in place. This is just an error in the backend because in the front end there's not going to be that error. The buttons here are one below the other, perfect. And when we go now to the mobile, okay, we see that the site is going to look beautiful also for mobile. Okay. So basically now you have all the knowledge that you need to optimize your website pages for mobile and for tablet. Yes, and I also recommend you to check each time also from your direct tablet and phones if you have one. And if you have one tablet, of course, because phone, I imagine you have one. And yes, let's go and jump to the next parts of the tutorial. Now that we have created our homepage, we are ready to learn how to create a header and a footer. The header is this one, where we're going to place the logo, the navigation, and some call to actions, like for example, social media. And then we're going to create a footer with a global call to action, like this one, that's going to bring people to our contact page, and a footer with some main links and some other contacts, social media, and so on. To do so, we're going to learn how to do it by using the theme builder, which is a very advanced feature provided by Elementor. When you hover with your mouse here to edit with Elementor, you see this theme builder appearing here. You can also reach the same part if you go in your dashboard and you click on templates and you open the theme builder. You can choose. Or the third way that you can have to do so is by typing Command E or Ctrl E, and you open the Finder and you type inside here theme builder. Basically, the Finder lets you navigate through all the Elementor and pages and posts and so on. It's pretty useful. Let's go and click on the theme builder. And this is the theme builder. As you can see, we can create headers, footers, single posts, and we're going to use this a lot in this second part of the tutorial because it's going to be very powerful for us. Let's start by creating a header. We're going to click Add New. Okay. We're going to keep it simple, of course, but we're going to make it very functional and highly professional. The first thing that we need to do now when we have our header here, we need to go and click on the header settings. Here we're going to have a title. It's going to just be header. Okay, and this is very important. The HTML tag should be header. Do it because it's very important. We click here on the plus icon now. We use Flexbox, and we're going to use a Flexbox from left to right. Now we're going to click the plus icon here, and we're going to insert the logo. We're going to use the site logo element here, and then we're going to change the site logo. Here we can upload a site logo by choosing an image for the standard site logo and also a site favicon. Let's go and see how you can work here. We can choose the image here and we can upload our logo. Okay, there it is. I'm going to place it here by clicking on the select here. Okay. And then I'm going to also use a favicon. The favicon is the icon that you see when you navigate in different browser tabs. You see, this is the favicon, for example. Let's go and upload it. I'm going to use this one. It should be a squared one in the sense that the image should be squared. And if you're not using SVGs, it should be of 500 pixels per 500 pixels. Yes, or as it says here, 512 pixels. This is not mandatory, but it is suggested anyway. Let's save changes now. And when we reload the page, when we exit here, we will see that the site logo is going to be applied. Okay. Perfect. The site logo is here, is almost invisible. So in my case, it is a light logo. So I will add a background here to my main container, which by the way, I'm going to rename main menu container. And I'm going to place the background to dark. Okay. Color dark background. Okay. Now here I see that my logo is very, very tiny, tiny and little. I go to the style tab and I place a standard width of 220 pixels. Maybe it's a little bit too much. Let's say 200 pixels. Okay, looks good. And to the advanced tab, I can add now to the main container, sorry, to the advanced tab, I can add a padding to the top and bottom. I will use in my case always rem. Let's get rid of this. Okay. Padding top 1 and padding bottom 1. Beautiful. So it will look like the one that I have here, you see. Now I will need to add a menu. To add a menu, you can choose the plus icon and type simply menu. We have different kind of menus. In our case, we're just going to use a standard WordPress menu. Okay, we place it with a drag and drop after the logo. And then we will be able to create a menu. You see here, there are no menus in your site. Go to the menu screen to create one. So let's publish here. Let's add a condition. And let's say that we want to show this header into the entire site. Let's save and close. And now let's open the menus screen. Okay. This is the menu screen. Since I found out that this screen here is not working very nicely when we are using Lightspeed Cache, I would suggest you to go to plugins, and if you also have enabled Lightspeed Cache, go and do like this. You purge cache, and then you deactivate the plugin. We will go into reactivate it later on when we finish to create this menu. So let's go back to Appearance, Menus. Okay, and now let's give this menu a name. It's going to be Main Menu. And then we're going to create the menu. And then we're going to add a few pages to this menu. There's going to be the home page, the about, and the contact page. Let's click on add to the menu. If you want, you can reorder the pages. You can even add some sub pages if you prefer, like this. But in my case, it's going to be a simple one. So I'm going to save this menu like this. Okay. Now the menu has been saved. And when I publish and reload the page here, I'm going to be able to see it, you see here, immediately. This is my new menu, which is going to work already fine. Great. So now that we created our menu, we can go back to plugins and we can reactivate the Lightspeed Cache plugin. Okay. This is just because if you do not do so, the menu won't be saved correctly as we did together right now. Okay, now we are ready to start working on this menu. We can select it and we can do a little bit of styling. We can go to the Style tab and then we can go and get rid of the horizontal padding by placing it to 0. And then we can also add a space between about 25 pixels. Okay, we can then use a shorter vertical padding. I will suggest you 5 pixel like this. And then we can go to the main container and select the layout to align all the items to the center like this, you see? Okay. Now we can change the colors of our menu and also a little bit more of a styling. So we stay here in the Style tab and we change the typography. We place the buttons and navigation links. Okay. And then we will use a different text color. Let's say that we want a white text color. We go here and we use a text light. We can then use a different text color to the pointer. So the pointer when we hover should be of a different color. Let's place it, for example, in red. Let's see if we can get this red color. Sometimes you do not see them. You see here, there is a problem here. So we can just go and do like this. We maximize the window. And then we go back as we were before. So we can see now, finally, our color is going to be the primary one. Look. Oh, actually, this looks very nice, actually. So we can keep it like this. Very simple. Let's do the same with the active tabs. We keep the pointer to the active one. And that's it. Okay. Let's go now and publish and have a quick preview. So this is our header. And if we go and visit our homepage, you see that the indicator says that we are on a homepage. The about page, it's empty, and the contact page, it's empty, but it works fine. Perfect. Okay, and now let's place this menu here to the right. To do so, we have multiple ways to do it, but the most easy one is to select the logo and go to the Advanced tab and make the logo grow. So we scroll down to the sides and we place it to grow. Okay, now we have to put the logo to the left side of the page. So we go back to the style in the logo and we make sure to align left our logo. So now the logo is pushing, you see, the menu to the right side of the page. And we can already see that this design looks good, you see? It's a pretty simple one, but it is a pretty good one. Okay. Now we can go and add another element to the right. And this element is going to be, in my case, some call to action to visit our social media, but you can also add a button here if you prefer, or whatever you want. Let's say that we had our social media, in this case, social media icons. Okay. Let's place them at the end here if we are right to do it. If not, yes. Okay, perfect. And then let's also change all the elements style. So we go here and we get rid of the social media icons that we do not use. The first one is going to be an Instagram one. I'm going to use my custom huge icons. Then I'm going to add YouTube, for example, or Telegram, or whatever I'm using to communicate with my audience. Huge icons, YouTube, okay. And then I'm going to add Blue Sky, let's say. I really like the name of this new social network, Blue Sky. And I'm going to use huge icons, Blue Sky. Okay. Now, what do I need to do? Just to do a little bit of styling, but before doing it, I just need to insert here the link to my actual social media networks. So here you paste your Instagram account, for example, link. Here you paste your YouTube link and so on. And don't worry, because all these links, they're going to be open into a new window. So your visitors are not going to close your website when they're going to visit these links. Then you can change the shapes, the columns, the alignment, and so on. But in my case, I will go to the Style tab and I will change to Custom Colors. I will place the secondary color to be a global white color and the primary color to be transparent. So I'll go here and make it completely transparent like this. I'll go now to the Sides tab and I will leave it like this. I go to the padding and I will leave it to 0. And then I'm going and increase the row gap to 25 pixels. Okay. Why it is not? Oh, sorry. The spacing is going to be 25 pixels. Okay, like this. Now I can also have an icon over effect, an icon over animation of a little grow like this. So the icons will grow a little bit when I hover with the mouse. And when I publish and go and visit a preview, I will see my social media links like this. If I want to place my menu differently, for example, to the center, as we have here, it is pretty simple to do. We can go back to our header, and instead of making this element grow immediately, we can go to the Advanced tab, we unlink the grow element, we reselect the container, and we'll work on the layout of the container, because we have this justify content element here, which is pretty powerful in this case, and we can use it to use the space between. Look how now all the elements are spaced like this, and the menu stays in the front, in the center. So we can publish, and here is our header. If we visit our homepage now, it looks like this. Pretty much exactly as we have here. Great. Now let's go and optimize our header for mobile. So we go here, we go to header again, and we simply go and optimize it for our mobile view. So we check that on the laptop we are looking fine, and that's the case, okay. But now when we are on tablet, there's going to be this situation here where the menu shrinks like this into a button, and it is not very, very well optimized. So let's select it, and we just need to scroll down here and just go and make it full width. This is very important. So at least now when we see it and we click on it, it's going to look like this. We still need to work about it a little bit, and we're going to transform it exactly like this. Look, I'm going to show you what we're going to do right now together. The menu is going to look beautiful, you see? It's going to look like this. And when we click on it, it's going to simply work fine. Okay, let's go and see how we can do so. We just need to change a little bit of settings here. We can align now the button here to the right. And here to do so, we just need to make this element grow. In this case, yes, we need it. So we go to this portfolio element, we go to the Advanced tab, and we make it grow finally. Okay, so you see now the element is going to be aligned here to the right, which is correct. Okay, Now when we open the menu, it's going to work like this. We still need to go and change something in the content of our menu because we need the elements to be not on the left like you see here, but aligned to the center. So we go to the text aligned, and instead of having a side, we have to click on center. Okay, now it's going to look fine. Now we go to the Style tab and we change something about everything about the drop down and the toggle button. The toggle button, first of all, should be of a color, a bright color in my case. So we will use a global white. Size, we can increase it a little bit if you want. 25 is going to work fine. The border, we leave it like this. The background color is going to be simply a transparent color. Okay. When we hover, we just can keep it as it is. We do not need nothing different. And we can go and change now the drop-down settings. You see now that in the drop-down text color, we can place it to be white. We go and use the text light. We can have a background color to be the background dark. So we have the same that we have in the rest of the website. And we can have the typography. No, the typography, actually, we can leave it like this. But only, yeah, if you want, you can make it more visible. So we can change the typography. Yeah, but no, we cannot do this because it is not responsive, of course. But we can change the hover settings. The hover settings can, for example, be a different text color or a different background color. Let's say that we want a different text color. You see, now it's going to wait like this. The background color when we hover is going to be transparent because we do not want to be a different color, okay? And then we're going to go to the active text color and we're going to place it primary and with a background color transparent. Okay, so when we are in different pages, we're going to see them correctly. Okay, now we can also go and increase the vertical padding between the elements. I will do so like this, so they are more visible. Let's say 15, and we can also increase the distance between the menu here and the top element. But in this case, it is pretty good, you see, it works fine. I will leave it just like this. Okay, about 22 pixels is gonna work fine. I think that's it. I just wanted to show you if it is possible to increase the padding here, but it's not possible, I think. Yes, it is not possible. I will leave it like this, publish. Okay, let's have a quick preview. It's gonna work very well, you see. It is pretty cool. And we have everything we need. Now let's go and check what happens from mobile. We see that there is this problem here where all the icons fell below the logo here, and the menu still works fine, but these icons here are a little bit of a mess. So we have two choices here. The first one, we get rid of this, so we simply hide it from mobile. We go to the advanced tab, we go to responsive settings, and we go and simply hide this on mobile so that our menu will look like this, beautifully organized. And if you see this spacing here, you can get rid of it by going back to the style here and going to the, actually we can go and also modify it for tablet. It is a good way to do it. We can go to the style tab, we can go to the menu, and we can change the drop down distance, and let's place it to be 18. Okay, 18 is gonna work fine, I think. Okay, let's go and see. And now if we go also on mobile, portrait is gonna work fine like this. Great, you see? Okay, so now we have hidden the social media icons. Instead, but if you want to keep them, and if you want just to reorganize them, you can do it by doing so. We re-enable them here in the responsive settings. So I show you some multiple solutions that you have if you have an element here that you want to keep visible in your website in the front end for mobile. And we can make it grow. So we can go to the advanced tab, layout, and make it grow. And then we can place it, for example, yeah, we can leave it here, or maybe we can place it below, above the logo and the menu. Let's see how this can work. We just need to go in the order to the start. See, that was very easy. We order this to the start. So when we are on tablet, everything will look like this. And when we are on mobile, everything will look like this. It is pretty good, I think, because it gives still the right space and dimension for the logo and the element here, while giving you also the ability to quickly link to your social media accounts. So if this is a call to action that is important for your business, you can leave it here. Otherwise, I would suggest you, of course, to maybe hide it when you are on tablet, so on a mobile. So go to responsive, and in my case, I will hide it simply like this. Perfect. Okay, now if you want, you can also keep this menu to follow you when you scroll down. You see that in this case, the menu is following us when we scroll down very easily. And to do so, we just need to enable it by clicking on the element here. Okay, in the first container, we go to the advanced tab and we apply a motion effect. We go to motion effects, and in this case, it's going to be sticky to the top. Okay, and we're going to leave it enabled on all the devices. Publish. Let's go and have a preview. Let's select our home page. And now if we scroll down, we see that the menu is going to follow us like this. Pretty nice, right? Very simple, and it works fine. Now it's time to go and create our footer. So the last part of the website, last part of every page of our website, and we're going to create it in 2 steps. The first one will be the standard elements that we see here on the footer, and the second one is going to be this one, a global call to action that we're going to show on all pages except the contact page, where people are already on the page that we want them to reach, of course. So let's go back here and let's see how to recreate the exact same structure for our footer. We will enable, in this case, again, the Elementor theme builder, this one. And in this case, we're going to footer and we're going to add a new one. We can get rid of this, as always. Now, a very important thing to do before start creating the footer is going here to the footer settings. You change the title. You can call it, for example, here, like in my example, just footer. And you need to go here to the HTML tag and select footer. This is very, very important. And when you're ready, we can start now creating our footer. We can scroll down here and we see that we can add, as always, some Flexbox containers. Let's start with the first one, and this is going to be from left to right. Let's also add into the advanced tab a class to have some padding. This is going to be a pad L. Okay. Then we're going to add some containers. So we will insert the first one, the third one, the second one, and the third one. So let's add a new container. Let's duplicate this. And let's duplicate like this. Okay. Here in the first container, I will add the site logo. And I will make it in the style tab a maximum width of 200 pixels, exactly as we have in the header, and I will place it also to the left. Then I'm going to add, yes, of course, a dark background, otherwise I'm not going to see all my elements. So style, classic, and dark background. Okay. Then I'm going to add a few elements here. For example, I'm going to place here a heading. And in this heading, I'm going to load actually a dynamic tag. I'm going to use it to showcase the site tagline. Okay, interior designer in Paris. This site tagline, you can edit it directly from your website. When you go to settings, general, and this is the tagline, you see, interior designer in Paris. So if by any reason you decide to change it later, you do not need to go back in the footer and in all the other parts of the website that you are using this, but you can just change it from here, which is a central location to have your site tagline. We change it here to be a simple paragraph, and we change the style to be a simple subtitle. And then we also change the color to be a global white color. Okay. We can also add a few more, a short paragraph if we want to. This is a good solution to add some SEO stuff. We can make it small if you want, just by using the typography text extra small. Text color is going to be maybe this one, and that's it. Then we have the ability here to add, for example, some social media icons. And since we just created a new design here, if you do not want to repeat the same design again, you see here that I should recreate everything from scratch. I can simply go and save this design as a default for my website. So I can publish this. This is my footer. I will add a condition, the entire website. I want to show the footer in the entire website, and I save and close. Now that I have saved my footer, I can go back to my header. And if I scroll back to the top here, and I can simply go to this icons. To the right click of the mouse, I can go and say that I want this to be my global default. So I will save as a default. I will save this. And so now each time I add a new social media icon element, it's going to have the same exact styling and content of that one. So let's go here and type social media, social icons. And if I drag and drop them here, voila. I will see that the styling is going to be exactly the same, but I can also make it a little bit different. I can align to the left, and here I will go on by adding some links, as we have here. In the first part here, we can add a simple heading and use an H3 is going to work fine. Let's say links, and let's also duplicate this. Before duplicating it, actually we can also style it. So we style it to be white, of course, and we can duplicate it now. Of course, here we are free to put out some images or whatever you want here about your footer. But in my case, yeah, I will just suggest you to put your main links to your social media, of course, but also to your main parts of the website. So for example, to the contact page and so on, because sometimes it's also good to have the same links that you have here, even here in the footer, or if you have many other links that you are creating that you do not want to show here in the main navigation, you can put them down here to the bottom. It is always a good practice to do so. So in order to create some links and put them there, I will suggest you to use this element here, which is called list icon list. Okay, this one. And it's going to work pretty well, this one. So we can go inside here and I'll show you how to insert some links. I'm going to use the same one that we have above here, but you feel free, of course, to use some custom links to pages that you will need to link in the footer. It's going to be about, and then we're going to have the contact, and then we're going to have also the portfolio. Okay. Then we can go here and change the icons and the links. So this is going to be the home page. We can use dynamic tags and link to the site URL, which is the home page. Okay, let's go here and change the icon. We have some huge icons here. We can use the arrow, actually. This one is going to work fine. And I could also go like this. It's faster, in fact. Okay, so I do not need to change the icon for each of them. The homepage, it's there. Then we have the about one. Okay, I can use here the simple like this. Then I have the contact page. Okay, can link it. And then I have my portfolio page here. Okay. Since I have not created this, I will just write like this. And it's going to work fine later on when I have this page enabled. Okay, so now I have all my list here in place, and it's going to look like this. I just need to change here the home link, apparently, because it's not working. Why not? Site URL. Yeah, it should work anyway. So let's go to our style and let's change something between the space between the elements. We can place it to 10. We can then go and add an icon color, a different one, maybe this one, the primary one will look fine, and we'll increase the dimensioning of our icon. And we'll change, of course, also the text. The text should be every color should be this one. The hover color should be the other one, the white primary, the yellow, so like this. And the navigation typography we'll use here, the buttons and navigation links. Yeah, actually this is a little bit too much, so let's go back to a simple text base or a text extra large. Is going to work fine. And let's duplicate this and place it down to the right. Okay, perfect. Publish. Okay, and so here you can change all the elements. Instead of using the same, of course, you can add your own. You can add subscribe to your newsletter, call to action, for example, or whatever you need to add inside here. It's going to work fine. Okay, now we can add another element here. It's going to be another footer. We're gonna use this one, and we're going to place inside here a simple sentence. Often we have to use a sentence to describe all the details of our business or stuff, or maybe link to the privacy policy, cookie policy, and so on. And we can do it down there using a simple text editor. We place it here, we go to the visual part, and to the code part, maybe here, and we just copy and paste our sentence. And then I will just go and make a link, for example, to my privacy policy here, even if I do not have one, and so on. I can make it open in a new tab and whatever I want. In this case, I will just have a blank link just to make an example. And yeah, you can use it. You can link your own pages here. You can change, of course, all the elements as you wish. And let's go and simply go and add a padding here to the top and to the bottom. So we select the container, we go to the style tab, and we go and simply apply a padding. So we go to the style tab, we go to the advanced tab, sorry, and we apply a custom pad class. Pad L is going to work a little bit too much. Maybe pad S is going to be sufficient. Okay. And let's also go and make it a little bit smaller, this text here. Style, typography, small text. Okay. We can also align to the center and align to the center here too. To the layout of the container, we align to the center here. Okay. And what else we need? I think we are okay right now. It works fine. And now we just need to optimize everything for tablet and mobile. So we go here to the tablet portrait, and we see that the elements are looking like this, which is kind of good for me. Okay, so I can leave it like this. And here in the mobile portrait, we see that the elements are sticking a little bit too much, are too much together. Let's say like this, too much proximity. So we select the container here, and we make sure to separate them. So we go to the layout. And we say that the layout gap, it should be 50 pixels. Okay, you see that it looks more organized like this. The rest is good for me like this. And since we have, yes, hidden this into the social media default icon, we can just remake them visible on mobile. So we make sure here to make them visible. Where is the responsive here? Okay, and we can place them actually below here if we want to. Or even above is going to work fine, but in my case, I will just go back to the layout here and place it at the end here. Perfect. Let's publish. And we have now optimized also our beautiful footer. So when we go and have a preview, we see that our header is looking fine. We have a beautiful menu working fine. And we have also a very good looking footer like this. That's awesome. Now let's go and create a call to action down here, exactly as the one that we have in our example website. Above the footer, this one. We're going to make it we're going to make it global, and it's going to be a global call to action that is going to be present in all pages except the contact form page, of course, because we do not need to have it there. While if we are in the portfolio page or in any other page of our website, at the end of the page before the footer, we're going to have this call to action. I'm going to show you how you can do so. You just need to open up the footer settings. Okay, let's go and publish now, and let's go and add this beautiful new section. We're going to click in the plus icon here, and we're going to add a new flexbox container, okay, from top to bottom. And we're going to add here just 3 elements. There's going to be 2 titles, 2 headings, and 1 button, and an icon also if you want. So let's go and do it together. Heading, okay. Then we're going to have another heading. This is going to be an H2, okay? I'm going to place it center, and then I'm going to go here. The heading number 2 is going to be this one. And I'm going to place it paragraph, and I'm going to make the style center. This paragraph is going to be stop dreaming now. Okay? And here we're going to have just the call to action. So let's make it happen. Or maybe like this. Let's make it happen. Or let's make it real. Okay, maybe like this is gonna be even more impactful. Great. If you want to have the effect, this one, we can recreate it also by hand. Even if you have the code in my resources, I'm gonna show you how you can do it by hand. You just need to open a span here. You give it a style, equal, and then here you do the color variable, and you use the Elementor colors primary. And then we close here the span. Okay. And voila, that's fine. Let's go here and make it a little bit bigger. And then we need an icon and a button. So it's going to be a simple icon, this one. And then we're going to have the arrow down. Huge icons is going to be this one or this one. Yes, this is going to work fine. And we're going to make it, of course, primary color and, of course, bigger. Okay, let's make it happen. And we're gonna have a button now. And also the button is gonna be very, very big. Let's talk. Okay. And the style of the button is gonna be centered, and also here centered. And the style here, we're gonna make it with a different typography. We're gonna use this one, okay? And we're gonna place it a little bit, yeah, we're gonna just remove here the padding, the margin. So we go to the advanced tab, we go to the margin bottom minus 30 and even minus 50 maybe, minus 45, 40, 46. Let's talk. Voila. I guess if I leave just a few, yeah, pixels, maybe 40 like this. Let's talk. Okay, now what about having this beautiful effect that will make the wave effect or the book effect here? We just need to go and select the container, and we go to the style tab and we scroll to the shape divider. We go to the bottom, we make it, where is it? The book, the last one here. And then we assign a color, in this case, the background dark. You see here, the book has taken effect, but we need to change the height, and also that's pretty cool too, actually. And also the width, if you want, you see, you can make it like this. I really like it, actually. If I want, I can also give a little bit of padding top to the element. So I can go to the advanced tab, unlink values, use the RAM, go and put, for example, 3 RAM of paddings on the top, and maybe even 5. Let's see if it works fine. Okay, so that our call to action is gonna be breathing well. Let's publish, and let's go and visit a page on the website. Let's go into the home page. We scroll down, we see all the elements, we have all different sections here. We have the About Me section, and when we go here, stop doing now, let's make it happen. Let's talk. We just need to connect this button to the contact page. Okay, that's very important, of course. Publish. And then we need to do one more thing. We need to exclude the contact page from having this call to action. So when we go on the contact page, you see, we shouldn't see the same call to action. We should just see the single contact form like this. We're going to create it together in a few minutes. So let's go here, contact, and no, let's go here. Let's go back to the footer. Actually, we select the container that we have created with this call to action. We go to the advanced tab. We scroll down until we find display conditions. In this way, we can click here and we can add a condition. We can say that the page title should not be contact. So it will be displayed on all pages except the contact page. Save and close, publish. And now if we reload the page here, the contact page, there's no more call to action. While if you go to the about page, there is the call to action. Contact page, no call to action. Home page, there's the call to action. Perfect, it works fine. Now I'm just going to change this font because I don't like it. And this is just a quick one to show you how you can easily go and create and change the fonts and the style of your website. So let's go and open up Elementor. I prefer to start editing the page and then go to open up the site settings because it's going to work better. And then I go to global fonts and I just change the font that I have assigned to my subtitles. I can scroll down until I find subtitles and I go and change this one to be a different one. Actually, I like it like this, and then I can save. Okay, very simple. Now to be able to manage our portfolio and to be able to add new projects like we have here in the website example, we will have an archive of all our projects, and then we will have each single project accessible like this. And when we click on each project, we will see all the details of the project. You see here, all these custom fields. This is an image, of course, the featured image of the project, the gallery, the description, and everything will be in place like this. To create this structure, this complex structure, we will need to use a free plugin called ACF. This is a plugin that will let us create the custom post type projects and to create also the portfolio archive and so on. So let's go and see how to do so. We go to the dashboard, we go to plugins, add new plugin, and we simply go and search for ACF or Advanced Custom Fields. This is a plugin that has a very generous free version. So we can install it for free right here. It has 2 million active installations, as you can see here, and it has a lot of users, active users from all over the world, and is very frequently updated. So let's go and install this. We wait a few seconds now, and this is the plugin that is going to be the real engine that is going to let us create the custom post type portfolio with all our projects. Don't worry, because it's going to be very easy to do so. It's going to be very intuitive with a simple interface. So we will be able to create an archive of all our projects to showcase them like this in a dynamic way, and then to be able to create this beautiful page to showcase each and every project of ours. Okay, now that the plugin is installed, we can activate it. Okay, we can also enable auto updates as always. And then we can go and see that in the bottom left here, we have this new item here called ACF. And when we hover here, we can go and click on post types, because we need actually to create a new post type, which is going to be our project post type. Yes, so that we can create and organize them correctly. So here we go on post types, add new, and we choose to call it projects. The plural label and the singular label. Very easy. Here is going to be filled automatically. The taxonomies, we're not going to use them right now. And I enable the advanced configuration. When I scroll down here, I simply go and disable the custom fields. I go and enable the excerpt and the author. And if I want, I can also give a description to my custom post type. In this case, it's going to be a collection of my best interior designer projects in Paris. Okay, I go back up here and I simply go to visibility now, and I can choose an icon that I want to show here in the admin area, because yes, this element here, this portfolio element here is going to appear here, and we can select an icon here to showcase. Let's go here. In my case, I will just go and scroll and select this icon here. And I will go also in the URLs. This is very important. You click on URLs and you make sure to activate the archive. And this is going to be the slug, the URL of the archive page. We're going to call this page portfolio. Okay, so now we are ready to save. And we will see here this new project's custom post type appearing in the left bar. You see that the icon that I choose, the images icon, is here, and it represents my projects. And I can go easily here, and I can easily go and click on all projects. And here I can add a new project. So each time I want to create a new project and showcase it on my website, I will just go here and add all the project details. So now we have this, and we can see that when we click on add new project, we're going to have the ability to use Gutenberg here, which is the standard block editor provided for free by WordPress. And here I'm going to show you an hybrid approach where we're going to create the template of this page using Elementor, but the real content is going to be used, is going to be filled using just the standard WordPress block editor. So for example, the title, we can add the title here of our project. Then we can add a description of our project. If we click on the plus icon here, we see that we can add a lot of different elements. And I would suggest you here to keep it as simple as possible. In our case, we will use headings, paragraphs. If you want, you can use, of course, images. And we will, of course, use the gallery. In fact, the gallery element will be the one that we see here to showcase all the images of our portfolio. We can also add some links and whatever we need to add if we want to showcase it in our portfolio. Keep in mind that this part here is going to be just this part. So the text here, the gallery and so on, the part above here is going to be controlled by the template that we're going to create using Elementor. So in this case, when we create a new project, we will fill all the data here about this part here, and all this dynamic data here, we're going to use some other elements here. For example, the featured image, the excerpt, and we will add also some custom fields using ACF. But this is a little bit too complex to say in one take, so let's start step by step. The first step will be this one. This is the title. Here I can add a description. So for example, I can put inside here a heading to say something about this project. And remember that all I insert here is going to be showed in our template right below here. So this is the section that we are filling right now. I can, for example, describe something about my project here, simply by going like this. I can decide also to insert some links. Let's choose, for example, here to add a link. I can link to my internal pages, or I can even link to external resources. I just can copy and paste here any link I want. Let's say that I want to link to the about page. And then when I go down here, I can insert my gallery, but I will show you how to do it later. Let's go to the project area right now. And we see that here we can set a featured image. And basically this is going to be the image that will represent that specific portfolio post. So in my case, it's going to be this one. Of course, remember to give it a title, and if you want also an alt text. You are not obliged if you have hundreds of pictures, of course, but at least with the featured one, you should do it. Let's go to add an excerpt. The excerpt is going to be read also automatically by Google and other search engines. So make sure to describe correctly here the content of your project, and use also some SEO keywords. Use SEO keywords and describe the project in a engaging way. Keep it short and simple. This is also good if you want to showcase this element here, this short description, in some archives. For example, when we are in the related post types here, you see, you can use the short description here to show a little description of all your projects. This is going to be a very well created structure. Now you see that we have some different elements. We have the content of the project, we have the featured image, and we have the excerpt. Let's see how this all behaves when we publish the post. We go and click publish. Maybe you will see something about the, look, you will see something about this, the pre-publish check. But if you want to get rid of the pre-publish check, you just go here, preferences, and you go and disable pre-published checks. It is pretty, yeah, it is better to do so. Now, once you have published and saved, you can open up the project in a new tab here using this icon, and you will see everything appearing like this. So nothing to do with the template that we're going to create right now, because there's just going to be the content here, the about this project and the description that we created inside the content. In fact, if I go back here and I click on edit project, I will see that I'm showcasing right now only this part here. Okay, how can I show the featured image, the excerpt, the gallery, and all the other dynamic data as we have here? Well, that is going to be done through an Elementor template and through some ACF dynamic fields. Let's start by creating an Elementor template. So basically now we are here, we visit this page and we see that it's going to look like this, but we have to create an Elementor template to make all the design of this page a little bit more professional. So we hover here to edit with Elementor and we go and activate the theme builder. Or we can also reach it by typing Command E or Control E and typing here theme builder. Okay, there we are. We wait a few seconds. Okay, now the theme builder is active. We can go on single post now and we will create a new one. It's going to be a single project template. We can give it a name immediately. So let's go and get rid of this pop-up here. And let's open the single post settings. And let's go here and call it single project. Okay. To have a correct preview, we go to the preview settings, we select projects, and we select the first project that we created. Okay. Let's apply and preview. Great. We can go now and structure all the content. So we will start by adding a flexbox container. In this case, it will be from left to right. Okay. We can add two containers inside here. The first one, and then we duplicate it, and we have a second one. Then we select the main container and we go to the advanced tab and add some padding and also a background color. The class is going to be pad L as always. And we're going to add also here a style with a background color. In my case, I want this color to be dark so that I can create this section here with a dark look. Okay, let's go back here. Sorry, let's close the pages that we do not use. And let's apply my dark background. I will click here and I will add the post title, which is going to be an H1. So the main title of my post, of my project, H1. We leave it like this. We go to the style tab and we change the color, of course. We make it titles light. We can duplicate this one actually, and we can insert here the post excerpt. Or maybe even better, we can delete and just use the post excerpt feature here. Okay. Now we can change the post excerpt text color and make it light. And now we can go to the typography and assign a different typography, maybe using a text extra large. Beautiful. It looks very nice, you see. Now on the right, we just need to drag and drop the featured image, which is this widget here. And it's gonna showcase immediately the featured image. Do you remember? Let me show you what's happening right now when we are in the single post. So we just need to go here. I'm going to open in another tab the single post portfolio project. When I am inside the post, I'm just basically dynamically pulling into the template this element, the image, the post excerpt, and then we will also add the content. Let's go on here. We will add a few dynamic elements, like for example, the location, the square meters, and the date. Let's do it by adding a simple list icon or icon list. We search for the widget icon list. We drag and drop it here. I have already styled it, but if you want, you can style it. Of course, you can go to the style tab. You can assign a specific icon color. For example, in my case, I've used the primary one. You can assign a specific size. I've used 25 pixels. You can increase or decrease the gap between the icon and the word. And then we can go to the text and we can change the typography and the color. In my case, I will leave it like this. I will just get rid of the hover because this won't be a link. It will be just a simple describing element. And also make sure to not have links here. So I will just remove my links because since I have saved this as a default, I have some links, but I just get rid of these links here. And actually, if I like it, I can also save this as a default. Okay. Yeah, why not? Let's go and click here and save as a default. So each time that I will add a new icon list item, I will be able to have this style in place. Okay. Now, instead of having home, about, contact, and portfolio, we'll just switch here to these elements. So we will add a location icon, a floor icon, and a date icon. Let's go and do it. And let's also get rid of the last element. We just need 3 of them here. The first one will be the location icon. So I will use just the map pin here. I will place this one. And of course, in your case, you just choose if you want to have some dynamic elements here that describes your portfolio project. For example, the date, of course, the name of the client, or like in this case, the location, or anything you want that can be useful to showcase some data about your portfolio project. This one is going to be the floor, so the square meters of my project, of course. And then this one is going to be the icon about the date. Yes, this one here. Perfect. Okay, so now basically we have some elements. So we do not have still some dynamic elements connected here. Let's get rid of the description so that is going to be clear. Okay, but let's leave them like this. If we want, we can also add more data like this and place them wherever we want. For example, I will duplicate this and I will place another dynamic data below the title here, as I did here, you see with this special description. Okay, so let's also add a separator here. Oh, sorry, a divider. And let's place it below these icons. Let's give it a white color, global white. Or maybe in this case, it's gonna work fine also with borders light, a little bit less, bright. So we go here and we put the gap to 0. And in this icon list here, we're just going to use 1. And this one is going to be an icon list, a simple icon that is going to describe the project. So a short description of the project. I can use this one, or maybe this one is going to work fine too. Oh no, this one actually, I like it. Perfect. Let's go and publish now. The system is going to ask us, Elementor is going to ask us where we want to showcase this template. Where do we want to use it? We will add a condition and we will say that all the portfolio elements, instead of showing just this, they're going to use that specific template. So let's go and do it. We go here and we select basically here just projects. We can save and close now. And basically now when I reload the page here, if I go and reload this page where I'm showing my bouquet portfolio project, I will see that, oh, sorry, I need to purge the cache. I go to Lightspeed icon here and purge all. I will see that the projects will look like this, with the project title, the project description, the featured image, and all the other elements ready to be populated with some dynamic data. But now we are missing the content. If I go back and edit my project, I see that there is the content actually here, but it's not been output in the template. So I need to go back to my template. I scroll down and I click on the plus icon here, Flexbox, from top to bottom. And I will simply go here and add an advanced class to add some padding as always, pad L. And then I will add a widget which is called post content. I click on the plus icon, I search for the post content widget, and I drag and drop it here. As you can see, it will immediately output the content of my project. One last thing that we should do, if you're using different images of different sizes, maybe you want to keep this image always the same size. So we can go here and we can choose an image resolution. I would suggest you large or medium large, depending also on how much important is the quality of your images in your type of portfolio. In this case, maybe we can leave it large. And we can go to style now and we can change the height to be a specific height. For example, if you know that more or less your images will be of a height that is going to work well with 300 pixels in this ratio, let's go and do it. 300 pixels. And then to avoid the compression of the image in a weird way like we see here, we go and select Object Fit Cover. Okay, so now we're going to be sure that each time we upload a featured image, even if the featured image has some different dimensions, is going to respect always the same dimensions inside the template. You see here, it's going to be maximum height 300 pixels. Now let's go and see how this is going to behave on laptop and tablet and portrait, mobile. On laptop is going to look like this, okay? On tablet is going to look like this, and maybe on tablet we can change the dimensions of the image and we can get rid of the height. So we select here, we choose percentage and we choose 100% so that the image is going to go back to his normal dimensions. Then when we are on mobile, it's going to be automatically applied. You see on mobile, the height is going to be 100% and it works fine. And all the rest, I think it is very, very well aligned and perfect for me. And you see here, there's going to be the content of the actual project. Let's go back here to the desktop view now. Let's go and publish. And when we reload now the project, when we go and show it to the front end, when we empty the cache, we'll be able to see all these changes correctly. Look how beautiful that is. Wow. Looks very nice already, right? And here, actually, we can also make the image a little bit taller. Otherwise, it's going to look a little bit weird. So we can go and make it. Oh, sorry, I forgot also to make width 100%. Okay, so that is going to occupy all the width of the container in which the image is contained. And also let's go and make it 350. So it's going to be a little bit more tall. Okay, let's go and reload by purging the cache. Okay, it looks like it took the new settings. Okay, and looks very nice now. Okay. Now we're going to create the custom fields to populate these elements here. So the location, the surface, the date, and here the short description, for example. This is kind of redundant because we already have the excerpt, but just to show you how you can manage the dynamic data in an easy and very flexible way using ACF and Elementor Pro. So let's go now to our backend. Oh, let's leave open here the template. We just go to the backend here and we scroll down to ACF. We go now not to the post types, but just to the field groups. We're going to add a new field group and we choose whatever data can be interesting for our portfolio. In my case, I will have the surface or the short description. Then I will have the field name. I just need to click here and it will be automatically populated. Sorry, here I forgot to give the name of this field group. Is going to be project details like this. And I'm going to close and add a new one. So the first one is going to be the short description. Then we'll have another one, which is going to be the location in my case. And keep in mind that if you need any other kind of different field, you can choose them from here. You can choose URL fields, email fields, number fields, text areas. This is just a bigger field like the text, the same field of the text, but a bigger one. And this is actually the what you see is what you get editor that you can use if you want to enable some advanced text. Let me show you how this is going to work actually. I'm going back to the short description. And I'm going to add, instead of a simple text and instead of a simple text area, I'm going to use a what you see is what you get editor so that you can see also this kind of field if you need it for your portfolio. Here in the location, I'm going to use a simple text field because I'm using it to say where is the location of my project. Then I'm going to add a new field, which is going to be the simple square meters, so surface. I'm going to keep it simple here. I'm not using some number field or any other stuff like this. And here I'm going to use the date field. And I'm not using a date here, but I could use it if I want. As you can see here, we have the date field, date picker. But yes, actually we can use it. It is a little bit more complex, you can see here, but why not? You can choose a date like this, or you can even customize it. For example, if you just need the month and the year, you can go custom and you can get rid of the day. Look, it's going to be just the month and the year like this. Okay, there's no preview of it actually. That's weird, but we can use it like this and we can use it like this. Perfect. So we have basically here 4 fields. We have the short description, which is going to be a what you see is what you get editor, WYSIWYG, the location, the surface, and the date. And the date is going to be a date picker. Okay, let's save changes. Oh, before saving changes, of course, we had a title here. Perfect. But we need to go to the post types is equal to not post, but in this case, we need to show these fields only for our projects, of course. So we select project. Now we can finally go and save our changes. That's awesome. Now that we are ready to go on, we can go and see that when we open a project, let's go, for example, to our bouquet project. Okay. We see that we have these new fields appearing at the bottom of the page. You see, we have the project details, we have the location, the surface, and the date. And the date is going to be, you see here, a date picker. Okay, let's see how to fill this data. It's very simple. You see, this is what you see is what you get editor. So basically you have all these tools here that you can apply to your text. Let's say that I want to a short description of my project. And this is a little bit too much for a short description, of course. You could have chosen just a simple text editor or simple text field or a simple text area field. But just to show you how you can get flexible like this. A short description of my project, a great experience. And then if you want, as I was mentioning, you can add some links. You can style your text differently. You can basically go and use these elements as you want. You can even add some media. But of course, this can be useful in some cases. Here, I had just an empty link, but you can add any link you want. You can even choose to open this link in a new tab if you prefer. The URL is going to be an empty one in this case. Okay, just for an example. And then we can save. Let's go on now by adding some more fields. We're going to add the location field. It's going to be Paris 11. The surface is going to be 67 square meters, for example. And then the date, let's say that this is going to be the June 10. Okay, as you can see here, even if I selected the date, the day, it just outputs the month and the year, of course. So we save. If you see it in a language different from the language that you wanted, it means that you need to change the language in the WordPress settings. So you go to the dashboard, settings, general, and you change the language of the website. Now, when we go to the front end, we see that these elements are not yet connected with our icons here. We need to do so. How we can connect them here? We can simply go and save our template and reload it. Okay. And in this case, when we go inside the each icon list element, we see that we can now select an ACF field. Let's go to the first one here, and let's go inside the field. We will see that there is this icon here called Dynamic Tags, and we can go and scroll down, down, down until we find ACF, and we click on ACF field. Now when we go back here to this icon, we will be able to select a specific key. The key is simply the field. In my case, it's going to be the short description. Okay, you see that it's going to be outputted like this with also the link that I have created. And I can also decide to position the icon differently if I need to do so. So I can go to the Style tab, I can go to the icon, and I can place it to the top at the start. And I can even adjust the vertical position a little bit. Let's do it like this. Perfect. So that is going to look more organized. We can then go and change, for example, something about the colors or whatever you want. Let's say that, for example, I want this to be a different color. I can go to the text and I can change it to be text gray soft. Perfect. Let's go now and connect all the other elements here. So the location, we'll do the same here, dynamic tags. Scroll down to ACF field, go to the icon here, key, and select the location. It's pretty simple, right? Then we go on here, we select the square meters, icon, key, square meters, surface. And then the last one, easy, ACF field, key, is going to be a date, June. Oh, this is a problem. Let's go to the advanced tab. There's no mean to show it differently. Okay, we will just need to publish now, and to change the behavior of the date, we need to go back to ACF. So let's go back to ACF now. Okay, we go to the field groups, we open up our project details, and we see that in the date, we forgot just to set up something very important, which is just the return format. So in my case, I want to display in the backend this like this, but I also want it to return like this. So I go and place it custom, and I'm going to use F and Y, F and Y, F and Y. Save changes. Now when we reload the single post here, of course you need to publish and save. When we reload it, we will see that it's going to work fine using outputting the correct format for our date. Okay. You see it correctly, June 2025. Great. So now what we can do, we just can go and have a quick preview of this project from the front end. So we reload the page, or we just purge the cache here, and we're going to see everything in place here. There's a problem with the link, you see. So yeah, in this case, this is happening because we're using an icon list element, which is going to be a little bit treating in a weird way the links inside of it. So we can go and make a quick change here. Just going back to the portfolio item, you can go here and we can change it maybe by doing inline. Let's see if something changes. This is only if you're using links inside the description, of course. It's not changing, so we can get rid of the icon and we can just change the element. In my case, I can use the dynamic data in another element, a simpler one. For example, a simple text editor. Let's go and place it here. Okay, I will use here the dynamic tags, and I will use the same field. So ACF field, icon, and I will use the short description. Now it's going to be shown better, in a better way. I'm going to change the style, of course. I'm going to make it with a different typography. Actually, I will leave it like this. I will leave it text-based, and I will just change the text color to be this one. And I can even change the link color in this case. So I can place it, for example, the same color of the text, like this. Let's get rid of this one. Okay. And now I'm going to be able to go back here, visit my project by reloading the page, or by emptying the cache, as always, purge cache. And voila, this is going to look fine. And this is going to be the link. That's great. Now let's experience together the whole workflow of adding a new project. But before doing so, let's resolve the gallery problem, because we do not have a gallery here. And in many different kind of portfolios, the gallery is a vital part to showcase your pictures, your projects, or whatever is about your system, your project, your services. So let's go and edit our project, and we will use a plugin which is built exactly for Gutenberg. So it's going to be a gallery that you can use inside here. This is the Gutenberg editor, called also the block editor. And let's go and install it. We leave this page open. Then we open up another page of our website. We go to the dashboard, or sorry, we go to plugins, and we go to add a new plugin. Here we type in the search plugins bar just Gutenberg gallery. There are tons of plugins that provide you free Gutenberg galleries, but this one I found it's very, very well constructed. It has a lot of positive reviews, 10,000 active installations, and it's always updated frequently. So let's go and install it. And of course, it is going to look gorgeous out of the box. So you do not need to edit anything, and it's going to be providing you a free gallery. Very, very nice. And of course, if you want, you can always upgrade to the premium version. But in this case, I think that for the most of the use cases, you're going to be able to use it for free. So here you see that there is this new icon, which is all colored. Normally, I do not like when the icons here are all colored because they kind of stand out a little bit too much. Well, but this is just a detail. We go to the masonry here. We scroll down, and in our case, we're using the masonry gallery because it's the one that will let you obtain this kind of designs here. Very nice. And we're just going to change one setting, which is going to be the corners type. I'm going to use the rounded instead of the standard. And so I'm going to save my settings. If you want to prefer to use a grid gallery, you can go and also select the grid one. And also here you can apply the corners type rounded if you prefer. Then now we are ready, basically, and we can go and reload this page here. And now when we click on the plus icon, we will find some new elements if we type gallery. Okay, there we are. We have the GT3 gallery masonry and the grid. In this case, we're using the masonry. And if you want to add them quickly without having to open up this panel here each time, you can simply go and type / and write down gallery. Look how easy it is. You add the gallery masonry here. And then on the right side of the page, you can add all your gallery images. I will choose now add media. And I will select all the gallery images that are part of my project. So these are the gallery images. If I want, I can give them a title here. And this title is going to be also shown inside the gallery. So let's select them here. This is a preview of my gallery. I can also replace the elements like this if I want to change the way that they are behaving like this. Let's say that, for example, I want this picture here to be here. This is going to work fine. And then when I'm okay with my gallery, I can go and save it. I can also add some more elements if I want below the gallery, some more text, some other description, some other links or images, single images, whatever I want. But in this case, I will keep it simple, and I will also suggest you to do the same here because simple things, they are always working. They're always easier to make work in general. Okay, look. Beautiful. You see, now we have the description, we have the gallery. When we use the gallery, we see the title of our pictures here in the bottom left side. We see the number of pictures here on the right, and we can easily go and open up like this, or we can even go full screen like this, a little bit too much. And then we can easily go and close this gallery, or we can navigate it with the arrows, with the keys of our keyboard, or using the scroll with our fingers in the phone, of course. This is pretty cool, right? Okay. Now, this is a cool gallery, and we can simply go and admire all our, our project. Now, let's add a new project together, and let's see the whole workflow of adding a new project. Basically, when you go to your website, you say, oh, today you have a new project. Great. I will add a new project to my portfolio website. And it's going to be very easy. You go to the new, you go to project, and you simply go and add your new project. The workflow is going to be adding a title. This one is going to be like this. I'm going to add inside here some description. In this case, I will just copy and paste the description that I have for my previous project. Okay, and once I'm okay and happy with the long description, I can add my gallery here just by typing like this, gallery. And this is going to be the masonry gallery. Let's add media here. Let's select our pictures. Let's go and click on select. We can rearrange them as we want here. Let's say that, for example, I want to change the position of this picture here to be here. Okay. I like it like this, or maybe I can also change the position of this one to be here. And when I'm happy, I can just leave it like this. I can add some more content if I want, just by typing here and writing whatever I want. And then I can add my project details. I can go ahead and add my location. I can add the surface here, the date with the date picker. Let's say that this project is here, perfect. And let's change also the month. Let's say that it was in April. Okay, and now I just need to fill the right part, so the project part, and I'm going to add a featured image. It's gonna be this one. I'm going to add an excerpt, and this, keep in mind that it's gonna be read also when you share your project on social media, and in general, it's very important to use this as an SEO interface. So use your keywords, use a short description of your project, make it creative and at the same time short and very effective. So simple and engaging. Okay, we can click again here. And now that we are ready, we can go and publish this. Okay, we go and have a quick preview. And voila, this is my new project. In a few seconds, I was able to upload a new project to my portfolio. That's awesome, right? Now, to enhance our single template here, we will add maybe another call to action and some related projects. This is gonna be very useful if you want to keep visitors on your website and keep them engaged by browsing all your projects. This is very, very important. So we're gonna obtain something like this, you see? We're gonna have a call to action here, which, by the way, I'm going to teach you how you can use the same call to action that we have on our homepage without having to recreate it from scratch, but using it as a global call to action. So, for example, if one day you change the color or you change the text or the image like this, it's going to be updated automatically wherever you're using this call to action. And then we're going to add here the related projects. As I was explaining to you, this is very important because if someone goes to your portfolio, maybe they're just visiting this project here because they're interested. So they say, ah, pretty nice, good. I watched the gallery and so on. Oh, there's a call to action, pretty good. Oh, there are some related projects. So here they can stay on your website and they can continue browsing the different elements, projects of your website. And most of all, they can then decide if they want to chat with you and to ask you a quote or something about your services, of course. So to obtain the same structure, I will give you some indications now. I will show you how you can do it, of course. And then you will be, of course, as always, free to use the knowledge that I'm providing you to create your own custom experience on your website. Now, what we need to do right now, it is pretty important because we're going to visit now our homepage. So let's say that we are leaving open here the single post type here. We're just going to reload the single template. We're going to close all the other windows here. Now that we have opened Elementor editor into our homepage, we can scroll until we find this section here. And this is the section that we want to make global. What does it mean? It means that we can then update it from a single control point, and it will be updated throughout the whole website where I'm going to use this same call to action. So let's go and do it. We simply go and select the container here with the right click of the mouse, right button, and then we go and save this as a template. You see here, this is save as a template. Let's do it. We're gonna give it a name. If you want, you can even save this with Cloud Templates to your own. And basically, you're going to link this section to your own Elementor account, and you will be able also to reuse the same section in other websites if you need to do so. But in our case, we'll keep it simple and just save it to our own website, to the single website that we are editing. And we're going to call this Global CTA. Great, save. Okay, now the Global CTA is here. And we can simply go and get rid of it. So we just delete it here. And we're going to reinsert now our global CTA in a different way by using a simple template. So we go to the widget and we type template. And we simply try to drag and drop the template here below this section. If you want to avoid the, you see here that now if I try to drag and drop, oh, it's working, it's a miracle. Great, I'll place it here, it works. I should wait maybe a few seconds. Actually, I have to place it below the spacing. Okay, let's go and, oh, sorry, I have to choose the template before global. It's gonna be our global call to action. There it is. And now we're going to see it. But you see that if you try to edit this now, you will not be able to do so. You need to edit this as a template. So let's go and publish. Okay. Great, publish. Now I can go and visit my homepage and nothing has changed because the call to action is still the same, as you can see here, but now I have saved it as a template and I'm going to be able to reuse it globally into my website. Let's say that I want the same call to action also in my single template. So we'll go here to the dashboard. I will go to my projects, all projects. I open one of those, for example, this one. And let's say that I want to add this call to action here before the related post that I'm going to add later. So I'm going to do it very easily by enabling the single project template here. So I'm going to, yes, edit this. Okay. And now I'm going to simply drag and drop the same template below the gallery. Okay. So let's say that I'm going to create a new element here, a new Flexbox container. Okay. And then here I'm going to type template. And I'm going to drag and drop my global CTA. Let's write down global CTA. And that's it. That was very, very easy, right? So I'm going to add also some spacing to the top and to the bottom. I'm just using here some pad S. I'm going to publish now. I'm going to visit now my single. So I go back to my portfolio. I go to my projects and I go and visit this one, for example. And when I scroll down, I will see that later after the gallery, if nothing changes, I need to purge cache as always. I will see that after the gallery, I will now have my beautiful call to action. And as I was mentioning, this is going to be global. So if one day I decide to change the color here, the image here, or the button, or even the link of the button, I just need to go edit with Elementor any page that has this call to action, or even you see here when I hover with the mouse here with the edit with Elementor, I see that actually I can just go here and edit the global CTA. So I can enable this. Let's say that I've changed my mind that I want to add another sentence or a different picture here, whatever I want. I can do it in a very easy way. I can go inside here. Let's say that I want to change the text here. Please don't be afraid of your dreams. Publish. And then not only this has been updated here, if you go and visit, for example, the single post, let's go and visit the single project. Let's say the bouquet or the ephemeride is the same, any of your single projects. We purge the cache as always. And you will see that the call to action has been updated now. There is an error here. Okay, you see? And not only here, but also on your homepage. If you go and visit your homepage, the call to action has been updated. This is beautiful. So basically, you can keep it in sync. Whatever are your changes that you want to do to this call to action. Maybe you find that you want to change your tone, you want to change your colors, you want to do whatever you want. You can do it very easily like this. Or you want to just upgrade your pictures, you can do it in a very easy way just by editing the template. You see here, global CTA. You click on it, you add it, and it's updated throughout the whole website. Now, in order to create the related post at the end, at the bottom of your projects, so this here, and also in order to create your latest post in the homepage, as you can see here, we will need to get familiar with the loop item and with the loop builder. The loop builder will let you create some cards, like the one that you see here, that will link it directly to the single projects. And you can use this loop grids whatever you want in your website. For example, here as related projects, or even here in the homepage as latest projects, or even here in the portfolio archive as just the showcase of all your projects. Let's go and see how you can create these cards, which are called loop items, and let's see how you can connect them and place them wherever you want in your website. So in the single portfolio element as a related post, in the home, and in the portfolio archive. Let's go and create them now. We're going to have to do so to enable the theme builder. As always, we can also reach the theme builder from here if we are in the editor, or we can just type Command E and write theme builder. There it is. Theme builder. Okay, and now here we can go and create a new element, which is going to be the loop item. So let's hover here on loop item. Let's add a new one. And actually I want to create a single card to showcase all my projects throughout my website, in the archives, in the related projects, and in the latest projects on my homepage. Let's here, and let's give it a name. So it's going to be, this one is going to be just the portfolio card 1. Let's go and edit the preview settings. I'm going to use projects in my case, and I'm going to choose the project that I want to preview when I create the template here. Maybe this one. Okay. Apply and preview. And now let's go and add some content. So the first one will be a simple Flexbox container from top to bottom. I will make it full width. This is very important. Let's make it together. And then I will start adding my content. The first thing that we need to do here is to add, we can proceed actually in different ways. Look, this is a style of card that is pretty used, you see? We use it in a lot of different solutions. And it can be interesting because we have the title, the excerpt, the image, and so on. Let me show you how you can create this card here. And then also I will show you how you can create a more modern and minimalistic card like this one. We will start now with the simplest one, this one. Let's go and do it. We're going to add a title, the post title. Okay, we're going to add the excerpt, the post excerpt, and we're going to add the image, the featured image. Actually, we can place the image also above if we prefer, you see? Also like this, it looks nice. Then if you want, you can just style all this element here by using, for example, the style here in the background or in the border, or maybe just by going to the advanced tab and go and use some padding. We can use, for example, 2 rem of padding. 2 rem of padding. Oh, sorry, I've added this to the image. Actually, I wanted to add this to the whole container. So we go and select the whole container, advanced, rem, 2 padding. Okay, we can add a border as I did here in this example. Let's do it. Style, border. It's going to be a solid border of 1 pixel. And I'm going to use in this case a light border. Okay. And then I can go and add a border radius. I can do it by hand here by typing whatever I want, or I can add my class. I had my classes here. I will use radius L. Okay. When I want to have a preview, I can go like this. And now I just need to link the image and the title to the actual project, so that when someone sees this card, it can click on the image or on the title and they can actually go to the actual project, of course. To do so, I just need to select the image. Let's go back and open here. And I will make it a link by content and by choosing here to have a link. Custom URL. And here I'm using dynamic tags and it's going to be a simple post URL. I'm going to do the same here with the title. It's going to be not an H1, but it's going to be an H3. This is very, very important. Remember to do so. And this one is going to be a dynamic tag to a post URL. Perfect. So now I can go and publish. And basically this is my portfolio card number 1. Let's say that I want to showcase it at the end of my single item. So I go back to my theme builder. I select my single project template. I edit my template. And I can simply go and add this new section, including my portfolio cards, the related portfolio projects. I will insert after the call to action here. Actually, I'm using a new container. I will use this kind of container here. I will, as always, use my padding here. I will use my class pad, maybe S in this case. And then here I will add my post title. No, not this post title, but this is going just to be a heading, related projects. I can also add secondary heading, a subtitle, for example, by providing it in paragraph style and using here whatever I want. Perfect. Oh, there are my subtitles. Very well hidden. And I can change, of course, the content. Let me go back now to my normal view like this. Okay. And I can change here whatever I want. Okay. Then how to display all the cards of my related projects. I just go to the plus icon and I use the loop grid. I can use also a carousel if I want, but in this case, I will just use the loop grid. Okay. It's going to work very well. We're going to choose here the card. So it's going to be the portfolio card number 1. And then I'm going to choose the number of columns, the numbers of items per page, and so on. In this case, to see actually the related post, I also need to modify the query. I go to the query and I go instead of post and I select projects. Okay, and oh, sorry, here I will just go and use related, even better. Okay, perfect. You see that now I have my related projects appearing here. This is the bouquet project, and I see the related project ephemeride. And when I publish and go and visit my projects in the website, let's go and visit them from here. Don't worry, we're going to create also the portfolio page soon. Let's go and see this one, the bouquet, for example. And when I scroll down, I see that at the end, we got the related projects. And since we have the link here, we can click and we can go and visit the other one. And at the bottom here, I will have the other one here. That's great, you see? That works very well. And it is a mean to keep visitors engaged with your website and to keep them interested in your content. Let's go now and see how you can apply also a subtitle animation when the cursor hovers the cards. It's going to be very simple. We just need to go back to our single template. And as you can see here, we do not need to open up the theme builder again, because we can actually edit this single template of our loop item directly from here. We can over here and we can click on edit template, which is exactly what we're going to do right now. And we can apply the effects that we want. We need to select the main container. We need to go to the style tab, to the style tab. And we need to add a shadow on hover. It's going to be border, hover, and we're going to add a shadow. This shadow is going to be 10 pixels vertical, and it's going to be a little bit more subtle. Let's go and do it like this. 0.2. This is going to work fine. Okay. Unfortunately here, I cannot use global colors at the moment. And as you can see here, now when I hover, you see this little effect. Let's go and have a quick preview. It works already fine, but we need also to enable the lifting effect. To do so, we go back to the container here, and we select the Advanced tab now. We scroll down until we find the transform effects. We go to the hover tab, and we go to the offset. And we're going to apply a negative offset in the Y axis. Now, there it is, our beautiful effect. You see? The lifting card effect. Let's have a preview. Wow, looks very nice. Okay, this is simple, but it adds some touch of interaction to our website. Now I can go and publish, and when I go back and visit my single template, let's go and do it from the projects. Let's go and visit this one. It looks beautiful. And now when I'm here, I can go and simply see that, as always, caching problems, purge all the cache. This makes your website load faster, but when you're building it, it's a little bit a pain. You see? Beautiful. Now, we just need to add a few more projects to see how they behave when you see more than one project here, exactly as we have here, for example. Let's go and do it together. To add a few more projects, we just need to go back to our website. We go to the new setting, we go to the new project, and we start adding more projects. So I add my content here. I had my gallery, I add my description, I add the location, I add my date, then I go to the project section here and I set my featured image, and I add my excerpt. And when I'm ready, I can go and publish. If I'm not ready yet, I can also save these projects as a draft. This is good if you want to prepare some of those and publish them, yes, not immediately, but in my case, I will just go and publish. Let's have a preview of my projects and check if everything is in place. I have my featured image, I have my short details description, I have my excerpt, I have my dynamic data here. I can go and see my details, I have my gallery in place, I have my call to action, and now voila! All the related projects are going to show up like this. Beautiful. And if I go and visit the others, I'm going to have the related projects here. How to solve this problem here, where the images are a little bit different, you see, and also the height, it's a little bit different. Just go and edit them like this. We open up the single project editor. We scroll down to the section of the related projects. Scrolling, perfect. And here you just need to edit the template. So we click on edit template. And we're going to add a few settings here. The image should be always the same height. So in this case, for example, we can also use a medium-large size for our image, so that it's gonna be not too much heavy. to load. And then we go to the style tab and we set here a custom height. Let's go, for example, and set it about 300 pixels, too much. Let's say 200, looks good to me. And let's also go with width 100%, so we're sure that it's going to be always 100%. And in my case, I found that 250 pixel will work fine. So for example, here you see that now they look good. And I can also enable another setting to make all the cards always be the same height. And this one is going to be saving and back. And it's going to be a simple setting into the loop grid. It's going to be called equal height. Okay, let's go to our loop grid here. We select the loop grid, okay. And when we are in the loop grid settings, we see that there is this equal height. And we can also go and change the number of items per page. We're just going to have a maximum of 3 items. And the columns, we can change them here if we want, but I will leave it like this at the moment. And also the masonry, I will not apply it. You see here that when I have the equal height, it's going to look like this. And I can go and publish now. And when I go and see a single post, let's see that is going to be this one, the London style. All the related posts now will look like this. Beautiful. Let's go and have a preview also from mobile on tablet, how they're going to look like this. Great. And on mobile phone, they're going to look like this. Okay, beautiful. That's good. Now let's go and create another kind of card, which is going to be different. You see it like this, so that you can choose depending on the style of your services and of your design in general, and on the type of the portfolio that you're creating, which one would fit better your use case. In this case, this one is also more, yes, very beautiful and minimalistic. I'll show you here how you can create it. Let's go back to our theme builder. So we go into our WordPress here. We enable the theme builder from here. Okay. And here we will create another portfolio card, but this one is going to be the number 2. So loop item, add new item, portfolio card number 2. Let's go and do it. Portfolio card 2. Here, loop item settings, portfolio card 2. And let's go and have also a query and the preview settings. It's going to be project. We can use London style, for example. Okay. And then we can apply and have a preview. Now, instead of having different separate elements, we're just going to work with a single Flexbox container. And we're going to apply the image as a background of this container. So let's make it full width. This is also important. And let's apply a black background image. Style, background classic, image. We're going to use, in this case, a dynamic tag. It's going to be the featured image of the post. Voila. Now we're going to need to make it not repeat. So repeat, no repeat. Display size, cover. And position, we go center, center. Okay. Now we need to enable also a minimum height of this container. So we go to the layout and we go and set a minimum height. Let's say that 250. Maybe something more. Maybe let's go 300 pixels. Okay, looks good to me. And we will also go to the advanced tab and we will add a border radius now. We'll use the radius L, okay. And then we will need now to add the title when I hover with the cursor, like this. To do so, and we will also need to lift the card like this. Let's go and apply the lift effect because we already know that. We go to the style tab, we go to the border, and we will have the same drop shadow effect on the hover only. Hover, box shadow, we'll use the vertical offset of 10 pixels. And here we drop down the shadow color to 0.2, okay? Then we see that there is this subtle effect here. And then we go here to the advanced tab and we go to the transform effect. And we apply on hover the y-axis offset, -10. Voila. It looks very nice. Now we need to assign a link to the whole container. So we select the container here. We go to the layout settings. We scroll down and we go to the additional options and we make HTML tag link. This is going to be important because otherwise the user cannot click on this card to go and visit the portfolio item. So let's go and use the post URL in this case, and let's go and publish. Perfect. So now our card is already functioning, but we need to make the title appear when we hover with the cursor. Okay, I have a code here, which is provided for you for this reason, since it is quite tricky to do it, but let's do it together. This is the code. You just need to copy and paste it and follow step by step all the different steps. Let's do it together. We will start by adding a simple title here, which is going to be the post title. Remember not to leave it on H1, this is very important. We need to put it H3 in this case. We're going to center this. You can use your own styling, of course. I'm going to use mine. And I'm going to place it at the bottom of this card here. To do it, I need to select again my main container, and I need to select the position of the elements like this. In my case, I want it to stay at the end of the container. Okay. Now I need to go to this element here, and I will add the same radius because I needed to match the other content. To see if I'm doing right, I can apply a temporary background. So I go to the Advanced tab, I go to the background, and I will apply a temporary background of any color. Just let's choose, not white, of course. Maybe this one is good. Okay. And now I can go to the borders down here and apply a border radius only to the bottom. The bottom should be 20. You see here, yes, I think that 22 will work fine in my case, and on the left it will be 22. Okay. Let me make this color here a little bit more transparent just to see if I'm working well. Okay, let me go and have a preview. I think that, you see here, it is still too much, so I will leave it on 20. You see here to make the border radius match there. I will make it 20. You can do it too. It's going to be the same for you if you're using my classes. So let's go and make it 20 and 20 here. Perfect. Now it is going to match perfectly. Great. Now what do we need to do? We need to apply a custom background here. It's going to be a background to obtain the same effect that we have here, a very subtle effect. Let's go and do it. And let's go and play with the gradient in this case. The first color it should be just a completely transparent color. And the second color can be one of our colors. For example, the primary one or the global white, whatever we want. If you use white, it's going to appear like this. If you use any other color, it's going to appear differently. I'm going to use maybe my primary color here. Or it's a little, no, actually this is a little bit too much. I'm going to use the global white. Okay, now I can go and make this element grow a little bit to enhance the position of this fade color. And to do so, I just need to select my element here, go to the Layout tab, and increase the padding top. So I unlink values, I go to the rem here, and to the top I will go 2, like this. You see, I can even go 5. Look, you see, it will just make my background increase, and actually 2, it works fine for me. Okay, then I can style here the element, so I can go to the Style tab and change the typography, for example. As always, I do not see my my subtitles. I need to go full screen to do it. Let's go full screen and select the subtitles. Okay, and if I'm okay, I can leave it like this. Actually, I can keep it. I can work here with the local elements. Even it's not recommended. I don't care because it's perfect right now. And I will do something more. Yes, beautiful. 30. Okay, let's go in now and save and publish. Okay, now the problem is that if I want this element here to appear only when I hover with the mouse, I should add a CSS code. But do this only if you really want to match the same effect that I have here. Look, this effect here. If you do not want to match it, it's okay like this. Let me show you now how you can go and obtain this effect. You select the title here and you will add a class to the Advanced tab. Let me re-click here because otherwise it's going to be too big. Okay. And we're going to add a class here to the Advanced tab. And this class is going to be the class that you find here. So card title in our case. This is the class that we need. Card title without the dot. We'll just need to paste right here card title like this. I'm going to zoom in. Card dash title. And then we're going to apply a class also to the container. So we select the container. And we go to the Advanced tab and we apply another class here. We just need to make a space with the previous class and we add a new one, which will be card dash container. Okay, let me check if the class is the right one. Card container, perfect. And now we're going to copy this code here inside the main container. Let's click on copy. And inside the main container to the advanced tab, we can scroll to the bottom and we see the custom CSS. Here is where we can paste our custom CSS. And you see that now the title has disappeared. But when we hover with the mouse, we're going to see it immediately. Beautiful. Let's publish. Okay, now we are ready to use this card in the front end. We're going to use it in the home page to the latest project section, but we can also use it in the portfolio archive or even in the single element related projects right here. You will choose whatever you want to show this kind of card. Let's go now and see how you can apply these cards to the home page in the latest project section, this one. To do so, we go to our home page into our website. Okay, we open up Elementor editor and we simply go and scroll to the second section where we have those cards, the latest projects. Okay, let's go. And here, this is just a simple placeholder. So I'm going to add the real element, which is going to be a loop grid now. And this is going to be populated dynamically each time I add a new project, of course. Okay, let's place it here. And let's choose now the card version 2. I can choose the version 2. And I need to go to the query now. And I need to choose not posts, but projects. And I can also decide to include only specific projects if I want, or I can exclude specific projects, or I can also change the date, the order, and all the other elements right here. But in this case, I will use just the latest published projects. You see that now they've been populated automatically here. It looks beautiful already, but we need to get rid of the other section here. So let's click with here and also get rid of this section here. Or we can just open up the structure here, select the grid and get rid of the grid. Get rid of the grid. Let's go and publish. And we should also now edit this template loop grid, and we should go item per page. In my case, I just want to showcase the latest 3 projects. But if you want to show more than 3, you can go like this, 6 or 9 or whatever you want. And you can also change the number of columns, of course. You can do 4 columns, 2 columns, and so on. In my case, 3 columns works well, and I can also do the equal height, and I can also go and change the pagination, query, and so on. The pagination, I would suggest you to leave it like this, because we do not need it right here. We just have 3 or 6 or any element without paginating them. We can go and publish, and now when we visit the home page of our website, we will see that all the latest projects will be displayed here. My 3 latest projects actually will be displayed here. And when I click on them, I can easily go and visit the single project, see all the details, look to at the gallery. I can go and click on the call to action here if I want to contact you. And here I can see all the related projects. That's beautiful. Now we're going to see how to create a portfolio archive. So basically the portfolio page of your portfolio website. We're going to create a header like this one that you can customize however you want. And then we will be creating this archive that you can use if you want to showcase all your projects. And the users will be able also to click here on the see more projects, and they will be able to load all the other projects that you have on your website. Of course, you can choose the number of projects that you want to showcase in this page. And also if you prefer having a simple pagination, or if you are good with the load more element that I showed you just in a few seconds before. Okay, let's get started. To do so, we just need to go back to our website and to add the portfolio archive. We're going to do it through the menus by inserting in our menu the portfolio archive. If we scroll down and we go to the projects now, we see that if we click on view all, there's going to be the projects archive. Let's add this to the menu. Let's place it here. And let's change the name to portfolio. This is just going to be the URL portfolio, in fact. When you go and visit this page, it should have that specific URL. Let's go now and visit our website in the front end. We're going to have now this portfolio item, and when we visit it, it's going to have the URL portfolio. You can control the URL of this page, as we saw before, in the dashboard. When you go to ACF, when you go to post types, when you click on your project's post type, you can click on the URLs, and you will see that here you have your archive URL, which is set up to be portfolio. So basically, if you have this page here, if you visit the portfolio page, you will have the archive of all your portfolio items. But this is a problem, but we're going to solve it immediately, of course, because you see, it looks like this. Not very nice, right? You can still, of course, reach each and every project like this, but the portfolio archive is a little bit of a mess. To take the control of this, we can use, of course, the theme builder, the Elementor Pro theme builder, and let's open up the theme builder. Now we're going to go to the archive, and we're going to create a new archive. Let's go and change the archive name. It's going to be just the portfolio template or portfolio archive. So we go here, archive settings. This one is going to be just the portfolio archive. Great. We go and choose the preview settings to be on projects archive, apply and preview. Okay, let's wait a few seconds. Perfect. And then here we create the actual archive template. Let's click on add new container. We will add this one from top to bottom. Let's add some spacing to the advanced tab. This one, it will be a paddle. And then here we can go and choose the heading. We're going to duplicate this heading 3 times. We're going to make it center, all 3 of them, like this. Copy, paste style, and paste style. Okay. And now we're going to change the content, of course. The first one will be just something about SEO. Let me go and see what I did here. My name and last name, and for example, the main keywords of my services. And then I'm going to place this as an H1. Okay. And then I'm going to style it as a subtitle. Oh, sorry, a subtitle. As always here, I have to do like this. Sorry, a few seconds to make it the screen full screen. Okay, I can finally see the subtitles. And I will now go here to the second one, and I will place it H2, it's okay. And I will just change the content to be something different. And in my case, I will use also the resource that I have here to use the primary color to one word. So we'll copy this element here, and I will paste it here. Okay, perfect. Okay, and I can change the styling to be a little bit more bold and visible. I will make it 3XL. Wow, great. And here I can change to be a simple paragraph, okay? And I can add whatever I want if I need it. I can change the typography to be typography text extra large. If I want, I can also go and make some changes. Instead of using Dream, I can change the copy here, and I can use the one that I have here, my clients, dreams, homes. Anyway, this is very easy. If you want to delete one word, you go to the content, you select the word that you want to delete, and before this word, you just type this HTML tag, which is called del, and then you close this tag after the word. Look, del, like this. Pretty easy, right? Let's see what happens now. The word has been cancelled. Okay, in my case, I will leave it like this because I changed my copy, and I actually like this one. Okay, let's go and publish. When you go and publish, it's going to ask you, where do you want to display this archive template? I'm going to add a condition, and I'm going to say, I want to display this into the project archive. There it is. Save and close. Let's go and get rid of the full screen mode now. Okay. And I will go now and add the actual archive down here. I will click on the plus icon, flexbox, from top to bottom. I will add my spacing here. It's going to be a spacing, a pad L. And I'm going to add all my projects by using a loop grid. So loop grid, I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to use this card number 2 in this case. And I will use also the query to be the current query. So I will go and select current query. Okay. And now voila. All the elements of my portfolio are available here. If I prefer to use the other card, I can switch here to the card number 1, and it's going to give a completely different appearance to my portfolio, you see? It's going to be beautiful. As always, you can equalize the height like this of all your cards, and you choose whatever fits best your needs, of course. You can even always create new styles of new cards if you want to switch and test different designs. In my case, I will use now my number 2 because I like it. And you can choose the number of items per page here. I will say, for example, 3, just to show you how this is going to work. But you can go with 6 or 12 or whatever you want, 9, 12, whatever you want. And in the query, you can actually also decide to go differently, but the current query is going to work best because this is an archive, so it's going to be the most indicated one. The pagination can be changed, and here you can choose if you want to have numbers down here, if the user want to navigate through the older posts of your projects, or you can add a load on click or an infinite scroll. Load on click is actually quite good because you will have this effect here. Basically, when someone visits your portfolio, they will be able to see more projects if they want and to navigate them just like this. So this is quite good. We will add a load more button or see more projects like this. And you can also add an icon if you want. You can add a spinner icon here, which is going to show when it is loading. You can add also a custom message when the user reach the end of the post. No more projects to show. Maybe you can have a call to action like this. Then we have the additional options, the nothing found message, but in this case, it is not, it is not useful, of course. Let's go and publish. Okay, now when we go and visit finally our portfolio page, let's go back to our home page. We empty the cache, and when we go and visit our portfolio page, instead of seeing that ugly page that we had before, we have this beautiful portfolio archive with all our latest projects. And if we start uploading more projects, we will see the full grid here of our projects appearing, and it's going to look gorgeous. In my case, I want to get rid of this spacing here because I want a little bit less of spacing, or I can also add a background dark. You can choose. In my case, I will leave this page a little bit more bright, so I will leave it like this, and I will change here the spacing to be a little bit less. So go to the advanced tab, I get rid of the pad L, and I just go here to the top, I unlink values, rem, and to the top, I will just make it 0, and to the bottom, I will just go with 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Let's publish now, and let's go and have a preview of this page. It's going to look beautiful. Okay. Now I will add another project, so I will show you how it will look like in our portfolio grid here, archive. Let's do it. Okay, now I'm ready with this new project. I will publish it. I will go and see it in the front end if everything is in place correctly. Yes, it is. It looks beautiful. As always, I have my gallery, I have my call to action, I have my related projects. And then if I go and visit my portfolio archive, I will see that I have these projects right here. I can choose now to make them visible only by 6 by going back here to the portfolio archive, selecting my loop grid. And yes, it's going to be 3, just 3 items per page. It's going to be equal height. And I'm going to use a pagination of load on click. Okay, let's see if this will work. And now when we go to the portfolio page and we empty the cache, we should see the load more button. Why it is not working? Let's go and find out. Oh, actually it is not working because there is a conflict between current query and the way that WordPress behaves generally. So if you want to keep the current query and you want to apply this custom number of items to show in the page here, you have to go actually to the WordPress settings dashboard, and you need to force here to the settings, to the reading, and you need to force here the number of elements that you want to show in the pages. For example, here in the blog pages, so show at most, and you can choose, for example, 3. You can save changes, and now when you go back to your portfolio, you will see that there's going to be 3 items. Let's purge cache. And as you can see here now, the number is respected. So basically you have to force it there if you want to be applied like this. And when you click on see more projects, it's going to be loading all the other projects. This is quite annoying, but it works like this. So if you want to force the number, let's say to 6, you can go here and put 6. If you want to force it to 9, you can force it to 9 and so on. And basically when you save changes here, you also have to do the same now into your portfolio template. And you can go here, for example, and you can say that you want to show here in the query, in the layout, the last, I don't know, maybe 9 items per page. So that you're sure that each time you're going to add a new element, it's going to show just the latest 9 elements. So up to you, what do you prefer to do? In my case, I will leave it on 3 just to make you just to show you the pagination feature. So we'll publish here, and as you can see here, if I leave the general settings to 9 as I have, you see the 3 number is not respected here. But if I go back here to the settings and I go back here and I type in 3, when I go back and reload and empty the cache, I will see actually the latest 3 elements in my archive. This is beautiful. Okay, no more project to show. Are you here? Add yours here. Contact me now. Okay, that's great. Okay. Now let's create a beautiful contact page like this one. It's going to be very nice, and we're going to be able to replicate the same page here in a matter of minutes. Look how beautiful this page is. It's going to be the page that makes your visitors convert into potential client and then in your customers. So let's go and see how to create one. We go to the contact page and we enable Elementor. If you didn't enable Elementor on your contact page, you can go and click on Edit Page. And you can go and edit with Elementor, or you will see this same button up here. Let's go and habilitate Elementor, activate Elementor on this page. And let's go and add some content. Now, the first part, it will be just the heading. And if you want to apply the same effect that I am seeing right here, just follow along. We're going to apply a Flexbox container. Okay, we're going to have a custom padding here. Let's go and make it by hand. We're going to have, oh, maybe can we use the, yeah, we can go and try using the classes here. Pad L. Okay, and let's go now and add a few elements. We're going to have the heading number 1, the heading number 2. Actually, I have to see here, and the heading number 3. The number 3 is going to be not a heading actually, but just a paragraph. Okay. The number 2 is going to be an H2, and the number 1 is going to be an H1. Okay. In the H1, we're going to use this, just powerful keywords for your SEO. Okay. Then we're going to switch the style to be a simple subtitle. Let's go and make it happen here. Full screen, entire screen, style subtitles. Okay. And then I'm going to change the text here to be something more like this one. Let's make your dream come true. Let's make a dream real. Okay. Okay, let's change the style here to be more bigger. Okay, and this one is going to be a text extra large. Typography extra large text. Okay. Now we're going to align everything to the center. So we're going to select all the elements here and align them to the center. Pretty easy, right? This. And we're going to give this section here a background. So let's go to the Style tab, and let's add a background. It's going to be our dark background, and we're going to change the colors of all these elements. This one is going to be a title light. This one also is going to be a title light. And this one is going to be a text light. Because always I assign these colors because if I decide to change them later, I can always go and target them very easily. Okay, let's go now and have a second section here. The Flexbox section that will contain the actual contact form. Okay, we're going to style the form and do it later because we just need now to add a new container inside here, which is going to be the container that contains the actual form. Let's click on the plus icon. Let's search for form and let's drag and drop the form inside here. Okay. Now let's go to the main container, the external one. So we can also open up here the structure. And we can go and select this container here. And we can make sure that this container, the content should be 720 pixels, no more. Okay. That's awesome. Now we go to the second container here. We go to the advanced tab and we add a few styling to create the effect of, a contained, an element. You see here, a 3D element. So let's go and do it. We go here to the container. We add a padding here. It should be just a 2 rem padding. Let's go and, you see that already it looks fine. We can also add a CSS class for the radius L. And then we can also add a background, style, background. We will use a light background, this one, and it should look like this, beautiful. Now we can go and change the margin, so we can keep the selection on this container. We can go to the advanced tab and we can go with a negative margin. So we can go here, unlink values, top, and we go -50, beautiful. Fill the form below. Okay, now if we want to, we can also go and add a few elements here. Let's say this icon here and this other icon here if someone wants to contact you directly without filling the form. And let's do it. So we will place inside here some elements. This is going to be the first one, is going to be just a heading text. Okay, and we're going to have it as an H3. And we're going to change also the styling to be just a simple subtitle. And we're also going to change the color to be a little bit more subtle, like this. You can change this to be direct contact. Okay. We can apply now here a grid, actually. Okay, this is contacts. And in the grid, we are going to choose to have just a 2-column grid and just to have 1 row. And the first element will be a container. And we can insert inside here a few elements. The first one will be an icon in this case. Let's type icon. There it is. We're going to choose this icon to be the email icon, or maybe the email icon. Why not? This one. And then we're going to change the color to be a primary one. Okay. And then we're going to add here another element, which is going to be just maybe a heading. Why not? Or a text editor. Let's do a heading now. Okay. Make sure that it is all in the same. Okay. It's going to be a simple, in my case, a simple div, or a simple span in this case. Okay. And I'm going to add inside here my email, info, myemail.com. Let's go now and add a link here. It's going to be like this, mail to, and I'm going just to copy and paste my email address so that the user can immediately send me a mail by clicking on this link. And this is going to be the link, and I'm going to place this link to the center like this. And I'm going also to select the container and do a few tricks now. We go to the layout, we make the gaps to 0, okay? And we make sure that the content is aligned to the center like this. We can now add a simple background color to the style. We go to the background type and we assign a background color here. Is going to be, in my case, the global white. And we can also add a border. So the border radius can be, let's add a simple border radius to the advanced tab here. And this one is going to be just the radius S. Let's have a quick preview. Looks very nice and very clean. And let's go now and duplicate this element here. And in the second one, we're just going to change the content. So the icon will be the phone number, the telephone, this one. Then here, the element will be just a telephone number. So plus and like this, for example. And here you can go, and instead of using mail to, you're using tel, colon, and you're going to paste your number without spaces in this case. So it's going to be, for example, plus 33 and then your telephone number. Okay. So there it is. Oh, actually we need some spacing here. So we select the first one, we go to the padding, we keep the values linked. We go to the rem padding. Let's see if 1 will work fine. Okay. Let's do the same here to be sure that it's going to be consistent. Padding 1 rem. Okay. And now let's have a quick preview. It looks beautiful. You see? Let's make a dream real. Direct context, okay. Or contact form. Okay, it has disappeared. I don't know where it went. Oh, it went beside. Command Z, okay. Let's try to drag and drop here. I really hope that in the next version of Elementor, the drag and drop will be a real good drag and drop. Okay. And here, instead of using direct context, we can change. We can do or fill the form. Or fill the form below. Okay, and let's publish now this page. Let's go and visit this page from the front end, and it's going to look beautiful. We're going to style and customize and set up the form in a few seconds, but before, let's finish the design of the page. So let's go back to our page, and let's add a little bit of a spacing now to the bottom of this element here. So we go to the Advanced tab, and we simply go to the Padding, Rem, we unlink values, and we make sure that the bottom is going to be at least 5 rem. Okay. Now we're going to add some spacing here, so we can add a spacer, this one, and so that is going to look a little bit more consistent, like this, 20 pixels. Let's publish. Let's also get rid of this full screen mode now. Okay. So that I will be able to zoom in a little bit more. Okay. And this is our beautiful contact form page. We can actually add now a drop shadow here to our contact form. To do so, we need to select the container, and we need to go to the Style tab and to select the borders. Border, and let's enable some shadow. We're going to use the same effect that we had before, so it's going to be like this. Okay. We publish. Let's have a preview. Actually, it was good to work also with the full screen mode enabled, so we can see a little bit more of what we are doing. Okay. And the form is looking very nice. Look, you see? Very, very nice. Okay. So now we can just add a background image if you want to. If you want to obtain the same effect that we have here, which is going to look very cool. And you're not obliged to do so, of course. It is not mandatory, but if you like it, we can do it together. Otherwise, you can jump just to the next part where I'm going to customize with you the form. Okay, let's add the background image right now. So we go back here to enable the settings, the builder. Okay, and we go and add a background image to the container, to the main container here of the form, this one, to the background container. Let's go to Style. Let's go to background type, and let's add here the image that we want to use. It's going to be, in my case, for example, I can choose different images, but let's do it with this one here. Let's see if it works fine. I just need to make sure that the image is going to work, is going to appear correctly. I can change also the resolution, but I will leave it full like this. And I will change the repeat mode, is going to be no repeat. And the display size is going to be cover. Okay. Now this picture here, it doesn't look very well behind there. So let's go and change it with another one. Let's say this one maybe, or yes, why not? You can make your own testing and see what will work the best. Okay. This one looks cool. Also, we can change also the position, actually. We can center it, or we can even go and make it instead of, let me check here, center. That's quite good, but I can also go and make it top or bottom center. Let's see if it works fine like this. Nice, like this, it's nice. Let me test a new one, the last one. Let's say this one. Okay, and let me test also some other display size effect, like for example contain, but it's going to repeat. I do not want it to be repeating. Let's say cover, auto. Yeah, cover, it's good. Okay, perfect. That's great. We can leave it like this, and then we can apply now a background effect. So let me go and actually change the bottom center here to be top center. Okay, now I like it. Beautiful. And let's go here and apply a background overlay. So we close here, we go to the background overlay. Okay, we apply a gradient, and the first color should be a very, very dark color, our first background dark. Now we have to increase the opacity to 100%, and we have to choose as a secondary color, for example, this one. And we can now decrease the transparency by selecting the color and going like this. Quite nice, right? We can also play around with other colors like the white color also in this case. Go here and we can change the transparency to be a little bit more like this. And when we are happy with the result, we can go and save. We also have blend modes if you want to play further with all the effects that you can obtain. Look, this one is pretty nice. For example, there is this overlay effect. There is this color dodge. You can go and test around all the different effects that you have here at your disposal to have a great contrast here. So let's make it, in my case, normal. Okay, let's go and publish. Most of all, I want to see now my page in the front end. Wow, it looks very nice and professional, you see? Actually, we can also maybe evidentiate a little bit more this direct context. And this is the last little touch that I'm going to give to this form design. I'm going to select the first one to the style tab, and I'm going to add a simple subtile border. It's going to be a default solid border with one pixel width, borders light, and I'm going to copy and paste the same styling also to the second container. Paste style. It's just a single, yeah, but I like to have the, yeah, it's going to be more visible like this. Okay, let's go now and configure and style the form. Okay, now let's transform our form to something like this. And we will transform it instead to be a form that we can fill. Of course, our client will be very happy to fill it like this. Let me show you how this is going to work. Okay, we're going to add a very, very professional way to configure this form. Hello there. And when they click now on the button here, let's make it happen, they're going to be redirected to a thank you page with a confetti explosion. Okay, beautiful. And then they're going to be able also to follow you on social media. So I'm going to explain to you how you can create this workflow. And in the meantime, you have received an email telling you that someone has contacted you. This is the email that you're going to receive. You see all the data are here. You also got a custom subject, and you want to, and if you hit reply, you will be able to reply directly to the people that have written you the content. You see here, info.ppp.com in this case. This is going to be very easy to do. And at the same time, you also got all this information stored into your website for security. So you also got a backup of all this data right inside your website. They're going to be saved here into Elementor submissions. Look, here it is. That's awesome. So let's go back to our contact form page. Let's select our contact form, and let's start by styling the graphic part, so the design part of the contact form. The first thing that I like to do is to get rid of the labels. You see that we have the labels here repeated twice because we have them inside as a placeholder inside the input fields, but also outside. So I go to label and I simply go and disable them. Then I can go and change the input size to be large. So we're going to see a little bit better all the elements. And then I go and style all the different elements that I want to collect from my leads. In this case, I can see that when I open up these elements here, I can see that there are some different kind of elements that I can collect. So text fields, email fields, text area, URL, telephone, radio, select, checkbox, and many other fields. By the way, if you want to, I have also an advanced tutorial on how you can set up a multi-step contact form with Elementor, which is also a great solution if you want to improve the conversion rate of your contact forms. And I will leave it in the cards of this tutorial, of course, and in description. Now let's go and fill some custom data. Let's say that you want to collect the name, and let's also make the name mandatory, so required. Since this is not going to appear here in the form because we're not using labels, you see. If you're using labels, when you make a field required, you're going to see them here if you enable the required mark. Like this, it's going to be red. But if you're not using label, there's a problem. So how to do so? We just need to go here to the placeholder and we add this. That was easy, right? So that we can see it right here. And then we can also add a note to the bottom of the footer of the form here by informing the people that those fields with the asterisk mark, they are mandatory. Okay, so this is going to be a column width about 50%. Before proceeding, we can also change the name of our form. We can just call it main contact form, and then we can go on. The email field is going to be like this, and also this one is going to be required, so I'm going to add this. I also am going to make this 50%, and actually I want to add another field after the name. I want to duplicate this field here, and the second field I want to be the last name, so all the surname. Let's write surname. Copy and paste it here. Okay, I will make it required. I will leave it 50%. You see that in the right part, we're starting to see our form starting to live. Okay, let's make it a little bit bigger here. A little bit more maybe. Okay, and let's now add another field. After the email, I want to collect also the phone number of my leads. So I'm going to use a tel element here, this one, and I'm going to change it to telephone. Or phone simply. Phone is going to be 50%, and this one too is going to be required. So basically I'm going to require all the fields. Message, let's add this, and let's make it this one too required. I can also increase the number of rows that the users have at their disposal when they leave a message. And I can change also the column width, but in this case I will leave it 100%. I can then go and see that for each field I also have an advanced part with an ID. And this is not mandatory to change, but I will do it just to keep things well organized. Yes. And in some cases, it is also a good practice to have them named in a good way. So we can go to the phone here and use this phone here. Perfect. Message here, it is already message. Perfect. Now we can go and change also the label of our button. We can go and make it, let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. Okay. And we can also make our button large. Okay. So basically this is the basic structure of the layout of our form. And we can then go down to the bottom of the form and add a text editor. Okay. And we will add here the sentence for the data policy, GDPR, whatever you want. Sentence for GDPR. You can add a link to your privacy policy, for example, by going here and adding a simple link to that page. And of course, maybe just keep in mind to make this link open in a new tab so that the users will not be lost if they click on it. And we can then go and style this part here. So actually we can go to the style part here. We can change the typography to be a little bit smaller, and we can change the color to be a little bit less intimidating, and also the link color to be also a little bit like this. Okay. I can change also the hover link color if I want to make it more clear like this. Okay. Now I can leave it like this, or I can even place to the center this. I can go and also add another sentence, which is going to say, and I can also separate these two sentences if I prefer, like this. Okay, so now I have my beautiful contact form page like this, and I just need now to set up how this form will behave when someone will complete it. I can also make the button stand out a little bit more by going to the style of my form. Okay, to the style part, and I go to buttons and make the button a little bit more big by using a custom typography, let's say M title. Beautiful, looks good to me. I can also go and style differently the inputs. Let's go to field. Let's change the color of the text. It's going to be just a light, soft text gray like this. And we can also go and improve the border color to make it a little bit less aggressive. Okay, let's go and have a preview. Looks very nice, very, very nice. Okay. Let's go now and publish, and we are ready to set up how this form will behave from a technical point of view. So let's go on form, okay, and sorry, let's go on content here, and keep in mind that if you need to add a real checkbox to collect some data consent from your users, you can also add an item which is called acceptance, this one, and you can actually call it, for example, I don't know, maybe GDPR acceptance or whatever you want. And then here you can write the acceptance text. For example, you can keep it like this, very simple. And in my case, I just keep it simple, so I do not use this. I will suggest you also to add an anti-spam, basic one, which is called honeypot. and it's going to be invisible. So you can select this one here and you can call it just anti-spam. Okay. You see, as you see, it is invisible, but it will help you filter some spam requests. And if you want, you can also follow my advanced tutorials on how to configure a form by also connecting with Google reCAPTCHA and other stuff like this. So we are ready now, and we can go to the actions after submit. This is the most important part because it will let you organize what will happen basically when a user will submit this form. And in this case, we have two default actions, the collect submissions and the email action. This one, you will see it only if you're running an advanced solo or higher Elementor Pro licenses. And this one is the email notification that you will receive each time someone will contact you through this form. And the collect submissions, of course, it will let the site save all the submissions into your own website database. So there are both very important things. The collect submissions is enabled. And the first email that you're going to receive, you can choose here where do you want to receive these emails. You can choose a custom subject here. You can say new dream to make true. New dream to make true. Here are all the fields, and we can keep it like this. The from email, we can change it to be the actual our email here, our website email. Then we can change the from name if we want to. Okay. Then we can change the reply to. If you do not see it immediately, don't worry. We just need to save and reload the page. And then we can also add some copy address that we want to receive the same notification and some hidden copy addresses. Here, the metadata will be shown in the email that we will receive. I will suggest you to remove the Elementor credits. And if you do not use it, also remove the user agent and the remote IP. Okay, we just need to keep the page URL, the time and date. This is good. Okay, we'll leave HTML. Okay, and now the additional options. If we want here, we can change the custom messages and we can say message received. We're going to make your dream come true. Okay, let's go also in style this message. If you go on style, you see that you have the message styling here and you can change the message style here, and you can change, for example, the typography. Let's make it a little bit more visible by using S title, or maybe even a little bit more, an M title. And we can change also the success message color. Let's make it like this, yeah. Okay, publish. Now, if I go and make a first test, I'm going to see that everything is going to work perfectly. Let's go and see. We are in the front end. Let's go and fill the form. Name, surname, you go with the email, we go with the phone number here, and we write a message. Now when we click on let's make it happen, okay, we see that the message has been received. We're going to make your dream come true. Perfect. This is working fine. And if we go in the back end of our website, if we open up here our dashboard, for example, by going to WordPress, let's go back here. We go to the Elementor submissions and we see that this submission is here. We have all the data here, perfect. And we also have an action log that says that the email has been sent. So let's go and check it out. We actually received the email, you see, with the custom subject. We have the email here, we have all the stuff here, but we missed the reply to email. So let's go and configure this. We just need to go back to our form here, to go back to the content. We go to the email notification, we open up here and we go to the reply to, and if you do not see nothing, you just need to reload the page. Remember, of course, to save before doing so. Now let's go and reload the page. Let's select again our form here. Let's go back to the email. And now we see that we can have a custom reply to. The most useful one is the email field. This will let us just hit reply when we receive the email and be able to reply directly to the user that has filled the form. So this is quite useful. Let's go and publish now. Perfect. Let's now do one more step. We will connect everything to a special thank you page like this one that will explode like this when someone fills the form. Thanks for contacting me. I will soon reply to your message. In the meantime, follow me on social media. Okay, let's see how we can create this page. So we go to the contact page here and we leave it like this. And we will just go now to the back end and go to new, and we will add a new page. We're going to call this page confirmation or thank you page or whatever you want. I will say thank you. Okay, and then I will just edit this page with Elementor. But before doing so, I'll go here to parent and I choose as a parent the contact page. Okay, let's go now and edit with Elementor. Actually, we can also publish this page before activating Elementor. Okay, let's go back to the WordPress editor. We save the page and then we enable Elementor. Okay, perfect. And let's go and create this page. We just need to go here to the settings of the page and we're going to change it to be a no header, no footer page. So basically we select here Elementor canvas, you see? So now we have just a blank page that we can fill with all our content, and we will add a Flexpost container. We can add some padding here. Okay, and we can add here some headings. The first one, whatever you want, of course, you can get creative here in this page. I will add this here. I will place it to the center, and I will also change the typography to be a very big one. And yeah, I can insert this, for example. Or I've just received your message, for example. We can also use our style here. We can copy this one, and actually we can go and make it like this. Okay. You can use, for example, your message here like this. Let me copy and paste this here instead of real. And let me use the beginning like this. Okay. Perfect. Looks good. Now we can add a few more elements. Let's see what did I add here. Okay, a simple text, a picture, and a call to action to follow me on social media. Okay, we can add here. This one is going to be a simple paragraph, this one. We're going to place it to the center. We're going to place it as a typography very big. And yeah, we can just describe something here. If you want to go, yes, to have this, you can do BR, or you can just use a simple text editor widget. I'm going to write you soon. In the meantime, let's click here to add a picture, an image. Okay, this is going to be my image. Let's say this one. I'm going to change the dimensioning of this image to be a maximum width of 250 pixels. Okay. And then we create a new call to action. We can actually save this call to action as a global one if we want to apply it throughout the website. Actually, we can add a container here right below the image. And in this container, we will create a call to action. We will make this container not full width, but we will give it a size here of 750 pixels. And we will place it also center. If it doesn't work, you mean that you need to center everything in the main container. Let's do it to the layout. Let's center everything here. Okay, now it works. And we will add a background and style it a little bit. So style tab here. Let's add a background, dark. Let's add also a border. No, not a border, but we will add just a border radius by using CSS class radius S. Or maybe here we can just use radius L. And we will be also adding here a call to action, so a heading. And this one is going to be an H2. Follow me on social media. Or let's connect on social media. Okay. Let's place it to the center. Let's give it a different color, of course, maybe this one. And let's change the typography. No, as I want to make it more visible. I should make it like this or even like this. Okay. And then I will paste inside here my social media icons. Okay. Perfect. And I will be able also to click here and to get rid of the spacing, or maybe just to increase or decrease the spacing. But before doing so, I will need to go to the advanced tab and increase the padding. So rem, and I will make it 2 rem. Oh, sorry, I'm still in pixel. I need to go to rem, to rem. Okay. Now I'm going to increase the dimension here of my social media icons. Let me go to the style tab and let me make them at least 44, even more. We can even go and exaggerate a little bit here, 68. Okay. And we can change the color here. The secondary color will be this one. Okay. And if I want, I can also change the hover color and make it stand out like this, as I wish, or keep it simple by using the global white color. Okay, it works fine for me. And of course, here I need to put my links to my actual social media. And I need now to make this image go with a margin negative to the bottom, -20. And voila, what a beautiful page. So basically now I need to copy and paste this page to the actions after submit on my contact form page. So what I need to do is go and visit this page and see the actual URL of the page, which is this one. I'm going to copy it. Okay, so I copy this URL. Then I go back to my contact form page. I select the contact form. I go to my actions after submit, and I make sure to enable now the redirect, this one. So I go here and I enable the redirect. Okay, and when I enable it, I see that there is this new setting here, and I can copy and paste now my link here, redirect to thank you page, which is this one in my case. Let's go and publish. And let's now make a quick test. Okay, make sure that we are using the latest version of the contact page, WPROADS Cache. Okay, now we can go here and fill the form. Let's make it happen. And now, voila, I've just received your message. I'm going to write you soon. In the meantime, let's connect on social media. This is beautiful. It works very well. And it is a good practice also to have more followers to your potential clients. This is great. Let's go and see now how you can add a confetti explosion that like the one that we have here, like this. It is pretty cool. And you have the simple code that you can copy and paste in my resources here. It is called confetti explosion effect. So let's copy this. To add it to your thank you page, you just need to go to this page. You go to the plus icon here and you add a simple HTML element. HTML element. Let's add it wherever you want on the page. In my case, I will leave it here. And we copy and paste the code right inside here. So in this case, maybe simply when I publish the page and I try to visit this page in the front end, let's open up like this, I will see that there is going to be a confetti explosion. And if I want, I can even go further by adding an animation. So I can select the container. Let's see if it will work. I don't know, but we will try. And I can add an animation. So we go to the advanced tab and I can add an animation by going to the motion effects, by going to the entrance animation, and by using the fade up like this. Fade up, or maybe the fade in down like this. Okay. And then this one, we're just going to replace this element here into another container, into another Flexbox container. Okay, just to be sure that it's going to be not impacted by the animation. So we're just going to place it here. Perfect. Publish. Now when I go and visit this thank you page, okay, let's reload it. Perfect, beautiful. So you see, you can get creative like this. So basically here, when someone fills the form, they're gonna see this page like this. Okay, that's awesome. Let's take a moment now to appreciate the work that we did together. Look how beautiful is our homepage. It is very nice. You see, we have a beautiful hero section. Then we have our latest projects here, where we can showcase all our latest projects that we published on our portfolio website. Then we have this call to action, which is global, by the way, so we can use it into different pages that we want. We have our method here, displaying into simple steps. We can have a simple call to action here to the contact page. And then we have the About Me section. And actually this section, we can also link to the actual About Me page if we want. So we can get rid of these buttons here and link to the About Me page. We have our photo here. We have a beautiful call to action. Let's talk. And then we have a great footer. So our website is going to be very easy for us to manage it, to add new portfolio elements to new projects. We have a beautiful archive here that we can use to showcase all our portfolio elements. And we can also have this beautiful modern pagination, you see. And when someone goes and visits the single portfolio elements, this is the template that we are using. Beautiful. We have some dynamic data here We have the featured image, we have the description, the title, and so on. Everything is optimized also for mobile. We have this beautiful gallery, which is managed by a Gutenberg plugin. So basically, if tomorrow I will need to change page builder or anything, I can do it very easily because all this content is managed by WordPress. Then when I go down here, I have my global call to action, I have my related projects, and I have my other call to action, the one that I have in my footer. When I click on Let's Talk, I see that I have a beautiful contact me page, very professional and good looking. And when someone fills the form here and they click on Let's Make It Happen, they're gonna receive a beautiful thank you page like this one. Received your message. I'm going to write you soon. In the meantime, let's connect on social media. One last thing that we can do to improve our portfolio elements when we go and visit them right here, for example, is to add simple links to make users share them in social media or send them by email. It is pretty important this because we can spread the word about our projects like this. So let's go and see how to do so. We're going to open up here the single project template and we're going to add a way to share these elements. Let's choose now where we can do it. Let's open up here the full screen mode so that we can see better the totality of our page. Okay, we're going to place this here. We can choose, for example, to place the share buttons below here or even above here. Okay, let's do it. Let's type in share buttons. And actually, we can also decide to put them inside a container. So let's do so. Let's go and click here, container. Unfortunately, here the icons are a little bit old, but we're going to try to customize them. And we're going to place these elements inside this container. So now this container, we can assign a background to this container. We'll go to the style tab and we're going to add a background. Let's make it light. Or maybe let's keep it simple at the beginning. Or maybe you can also go with the dark. Okay, let's make it dark and let's see how it will work. We go now to the share buttons and we start manipulating the output. So the first icon will be, yes, why not Facebook? Okay, we can then use Twitter. Let me check if there is X actually here. Okay, then we can go and use a custom label. Okay, then we can go and leave, for example, LinkedIn. Why not? And let's see if there is something more that we can add here. For example, we can add Telegram. Okay, and then we can add a new one. Let's do, for example, email. This is quite interesting because people can easily go and email this content to someone, to some friends or relatives. This is quite good also. Okay, and I will start like this. So let's see how you can design this part to make it look a little bit less intrusive like it is right now. We can change here if you want to show only the icons of the different social media, or if you want to show the icon and text, or if you want to show only the text. In my case, I will see only the icon like this. Perfect. I will change here the skin to be maybe just minimal. Okay. And actually, I want to see if I can apply my own colors here. Let's go to the Style tab. I can change the color to be custom. I prefer this. Okay. I will use my secondary color to define the icons. And I will go and change my primary color to be transparent. So let's go and pull it down here like this. I will change now the columns gap. Or actually, I will change the padding if there is a way to do so. I don't know if there is it. Let me go to the content here. Alignment, okay, it is to the left. Target URL, it is right. Columns, it is right. Shape, we can go square. Skin, minimal. Oh, if we choose flat, what it will, yeah, it is the same. Okay, just let's leave it like this for now. Okay, I will leave it like this. I think that this is quite of a good thing. Let's go and hover here and see if we can change just the secondary color and make it stand out a little bit more like this, or giving it a global white. This is gonna work good, okay. Let's change the size now to be a little bit bigger. Let's say 33. Okay, it is in AM, so we can go 2. Yeah, so it looks good. And let's place all these elements here on the right of the page. So we go here to the content and we go and place them to the right. And we choose also here to the advanced tab to align self to the end. Okay, so that they're going to take up only the space that they need. Okay, now we're going to add here in the same container, we're going to add another element, which is going to be a simple text. So we select the container, we click on the plus icon, and we can add a heading actually. Okay, and we need these elements, the heading, to be before the share buttons, and we also need the container to be from left to right, like this. Okay, and then this heading element should be, of course, another tag here. We say H3, why not? Or even a paragraph is gonna work better here. And we can change the style to be typography as title, yeah. And we can change also the color to be a global white or simply text-like color. Okay. Now we can add a little bit of padding here to the container actually. So we can go and style it. Let's make 1 to the advanced tab, 1 rem. Oh, sorry, I need to go here to rem, and I actually need to keep the linked values together. Okay, looks good. And the elements should be aligned to the center. So I select main container and I vertically align to the center everything. And I need to align this actually to the end of the element. So I need to, again, to change the container settings. I will call it CTA share CTA, whatever. And let's place the elements to the space between. Okay, it is working. Yes, it is. Okay, looks good. Okay, and here we can just insert something like share this project. Okay, and actually we can use our icons here. It's going to be better. Let me check if we can do that. I don't know. Oh, actually we cannot use our own icons. That's a little bit weird, but we cannot do it. Okay, we have to keep it like this. Because if we go here to view and the skin, we cannot use our own icons here. That's a pity. Okay, let's go and see what happens if I go on text. Actually, this will look better in my design, I think. Okay, so we'll place just the dimensioning a little bit less. So we go here, button size, I will leave it like this. And button height, I will leave it to 1, but it's going to be weird. So I'm going to place this maybe to be 1.1, 1.15. Okay, perfect. Share this project. Perfect. It looks good. And maybe I can also change the primary color to be a different one here to make it a little bit more standing out all the things. Not really. Actually, we can use the primary here and we can use the black title here. Okay, this is gonna look good. Okay, let's go and publish now. As you can see, I've styled a little bit all these elements. And when I go, oh, sorry, I need just to keep also the coherence of my design here by adding a border radius. Let's go and add my class radius L. And this is gonna look very nice also in the front end. So let's go and test it out. We're going to visit our page here, view page. Okay, let's go into the portfolio. Let's go and choose this one, for example. Okay, we can try Twitter. Let's click on it. And you're going to be able here, as you can see, to share your post. It's going to have by default here the excerpt of your project. And here, this is going to be the link to your project. This is great. If you want, you can refine here, maybe by adding some custom padding to the left and right. Let's unlink values and let's do it. And then we can decide if we want to place this also in another part of the template, of course, just by dragging and dropping this CTA to share this project. Let's go and publish it. And for now, that's it. What you can do after watching this tutorial, you can go on by going to the last part of my resources here, and you can watch my rank math tutorial right here to connect the Google Search Console and to manage all the SEO of your website to be able to be seen and found on Google and on other search engines. And here you can also set up Analytics WP or Independent Analytics, depending on which you prefer, to monitor the traffic that your website is going to receive. These are very important tools that you can use to see how your users are using the website. Thank you for watching this tutorial. Now you should have a complete professional portfolio website to showcase all your latest projects. Now, if you want to continue optimizing your website, I will share with you some important resources in the next seconds. But now tell me in the comment section below, what did you enjoy and what did you miss in this tutorial? Your feedback is always highly appreciated. If you enjoyed this video and you want to thank me, you can give me a thumbs up. Thank you. Subscribe to the channel by clicking on the subscribe button down below or on the little icon that you find here. And you can also leave me a tip on this page, wproads.com/tips. You'll find the link in the description too. You can choose a one-time tip or a recurring one. You can select the amount or enter a custom tip, select the payment method, and then click to send me the money. Thanks in advance for your support. Now I suggest you to watch this SEO tutorial to optimize the way your website will look on search results. Then follow this video to configure a free plugin to monitor the visits that your website will receive. And here you can explore my complete Elementor Pro tutorials playlist. I wish you all the best and see you in the next one. Ciao, ciao!